Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Good Wife, the shocking betrayal and brutal murder of a godly woman in Texas, by Clint Richmond, narrated by Stephen Bowlby. Chapter 1. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her, so that he shall have no need of spoil. Proverbs chapter 31, verses 10 through 11. Music filled the spacious home in the upscale suburb of Austin, a religious hymn expertly played on a perfectly tuned piano. The sun was setting when the slender blonde woman began practicing the piece on the pale yellow baby grand piano. Her deftness at the keyboard was almost professional, but she devoted her musical talent, as with many of her other well-rehearsed skills, to serving others. In the case of her music, it was a weekly recital played for elderly residents of a nearby nursing home. She spoke of her volunteer work as my ministry. Playing for the old folks was the least of her ministrations. She was also a Sunday school teacher at an evangelical church and a mentor to young wives and soon-to-be married women who wanted to create godly marriages and perfect Christian homes. Though she was middle-aged, her eager young domestic disciples considered her one of them. She stayed youthful by keeping herself well-groomed and physically fit. She was not beautiful in the classical sense, but radiated a bubbly personality and vitality that made her pertly attractive. As she focused attention on her playing, there was no reason to be distracted by the occasional rattling of the windows from the gusting winds of a cold front moving into the area. These familiar noises and the swelling chords of her own music most likely muffled any sounds made carelessly by the stealthy figure approaching slowly from behind her. She was alone, she thought. After an early dinner, her husband had returned to the office to finish a project due the next morning. She was accustomed to his demanding work schedule, the long hours and frequent travel required by his steady climb up the corporate ladder to a chief executive position. After his years of diligent toil, supported by what their friends described as the perfect marriage, the family seemed to have attained the American dream. Their lives in the affluent, professional circles of Austin reflected that success. The wife had made their house the shining centerpiece of her life and marriage. On March 6, 1996, everyone who knew her would have sworn that no place on earth could be safer than this idyllic home. Even the person stalking across the living area toward the woman raptly playing the piano would have noticed the neatness of the rooms. Everything was in order. There was no clutter here. An observer would have thus found it almost preposterous to see that the intruder carried a 1.5 foot length of 2-inch industrial pipe. Such an odd piece of plumbing had no practical use anywhere on this property. Cap seals screwed on both ends made it look more like a component designed for bomb-making than for any household purpose. The ugly gray pipe may have been out of place among the fine bric-a-brac decorating the room, but it had its purpose now. The intruder came closer, towering above the woman seated low on the piano bench. The heavy pipe arched upward and then swung sharply into the right side of the woman's head. The powerful blow was delivered with such force that it fractured her jaw. It tore an earring loose, sending it flying, and severed the right earlobe holding the jewelry. As her right hand went up, she was slammed again. She was a fairly petite woman, 5 feet 6.5 inches tall, and weighed 120 pounds. But even had she been larger or more athletic, the well-placed blow would have rendered her helpless to fight back. She recoiled from the force of the attack, her wound splattering a thin spray of blood on the ivory keys. More blows rained down on the back of her head. As she fell from the bench to the floor, the attacker repeatedly pounded her, some of the blows glancing off other parts of her body, her wrist, her thigh, her shoulder and foot. Though the woman lay motionless, the assailant continued to strike her. One blow smashed the base of her skull, causing a bit of bone to protrude through the scalp. The body was lying in front of the piano, blood oozing into the carpet. The killer went to the kitchen. On the counter, a butcher block held a set of cutlery. Armed with a carving knife, the assailant returned and poked the point of the knife twice into the flesh of her back to see if any life could be stirred from the now still corpse. Then the killer rolled her over and began an even more frenzied attack, stabbing and slashing at her upper chest, neck, and throat. Her body took 8 knife wounds, 2 so deep they went through her chest. Her throat was slashed. After the assault, the killer walked back into the kitchen and washed off the pipe and the knife. Expensive jewelry, including a diamond necklace, a diamond tennis bracelet, and a 2-carat diamond ring, was removed from the woman's body. As she lay dead in the large living area, her belongings were ransacked. Jewelry boxes from the master bedroom were emptied into the sunken bathtub and strewn about the main bathroom. It was a hodgepodge of baubles. There was little of value, mostly costume jewelry and small souvenirs. A black and green garbage bag was used to stow the few pieces of real jewelry, the pipe, the kitchen knife, and 5 surgical latex gloves. The killer left under cover of darkness as lights began to appear through the picture windows of the neighboring homes. A winter storm was now howling in full fury down the usually quiet tree-lined street, with winds gusting to 30 miles an hour. No neighbor ventured out into the well-groomed yards in such a gathering chill. No one saw the intruder enter. No one saw the killer leave. After the husband returned home to find the body and the police had arrived, alarm spread quickly down the block. The savagery of the murder, the gross overkill, bore the hallmarks of a deranged maniac. Nothing like it had happened in recent memory in this almost crimeless suburban neighborhood. In the early days of Austin, unsolved murders abounded in this area south and west of the river, a place where renegades, moonshiners, and transient cedar choppers had made their camps. Gradually, civilization came, with the demands for growth turning this wilderness area into a neighborhood of low-cost homes. Still, the settlers living in genteel poverty maintained a degree of harmony with the natural environment. It was only more recently that the lush natural surroundings had been drastically altered to make way for rapid population expansion and economic progress. Old-timers from the neighborhood whispered that nothing good would come of cutting down an enormous live oak tree that had become a local landmark. For generations, the tree had been home to a ghostly female apparition, undoubtedly the victim of some forgotten violence. The gnarled old tree had weathered much during the century and a half it took to transform Austin from the sleepy capital of frontier Texas to a modern mecca for international microchip and personal computer makers. But, like so much else that had made Austin quaint, the tree and its ghostly spirit fell before modernity's bulldozers when the vanguard of the great boom years arrived in the early 1980s with a high-technology revolution. In the recent past, heirs of the early squatters, who had first claimed the home sites in this part of town more than 100 years earlier, were gradually forced out of their comfortable but dilapidated neighborhood by nothing more sinister than soaring land values. The land immediately across the Colorado River from bustling downtown Austin had grown too valuable for the cluster of small whitewashed houses in the neighborhood surrounding the ancient tree. When the well-compensated owners left the area and the giant oak tree was felled for a new road, its secrets disappeared, along with the oral histories of the area. Many of those living near the tree at Old Walsh Tarleton Lane and Bee Caves Road could personally have attested to having seen the woman's ghost on nights when the moon was full. The silvery figure was said to move slowly, coming up from Town Lake through the dense cedar thickets, to enter the giant oak as casually as a neighbor might cross the road to return home after a social visit. There were no reports that the forlorn spirit had ever threatened anyone in the neighborhood. She was just another of the benign souls whose complaints about progress were silent, or if signaled at all, were etched on frowning brows rather than demonstrated in overt acts of protest or lawsuits that would eventually characterize Austin's anti-growth movements. Those protests would come much later, after the first waves of techies and managers had taken possession of the emerging neighborhoods and then decided to pull up the ladder to keep others from overcrowding their newfound paradise. Modernization, once set in motion, moved quickly to scour the scenic hills across the river from Austin, leaving them devoid of any historic marker. Only the stately homes of the old rich, situated in central Austin around the pink granite Texas Capitol building and the sprawling University of Texas neighborhoods, stayed as reminders that there had even been an earlier time in Austin. Almost everything else could be dated A.D., for after Dell and the beginning of the computer era. The choicest new home sites in the boom of the 80s were along the rims of the hills, looking down on the construction cranes busily altering the city skyline to accommodate the progress. The hilltop above the old Ghost Oak on Bee Cave Road was no exception. At the very highest point was a 2-level brick house on a new street called Winter Park Road. Street names in this exclusive subdivision had nothing to do with the rich history of Austin. In fact, quite the contrary. The spacious homes on large lots were clustered around winding roads named for Rocky Mountain ski resorts, even though it never snowed here. Some few environmentally aware developers tried, as much as financially practical, to keep the natural landscape of native oaks and cedars, as they bulldozed the home sites from the white chalk hills. This particular quarter-acre lot overlooked the emerging Austin skyline on the horizon, 4 miles to the northeast. If the vista was dimmed a bit during the day by the growing emissions from traffic jams, the night view was nothing short of spectacular. While the subdivision was technically within the Austin city limits, it was surrounded by the prestigious Westlake community, buffered from the lesser South Austin neighborhoods by the new 6-lane highway, Loop 1, also known as the Mopac Expressway. In that name, at least, some small history was preserved. Mopac is an acronym for Missouri Pacific, the old railroad whose tracks ran alongside the highway. The winding Colorado River, dammed many years earlier to form Lake Austin and Town Lake, was the other boundary of the new community. These small urban lakes were the last and lowest pair of a pearl-like string of waterways that were the legacy of Lyndon Baines Johnson and other powerful Texas politicians of the post-Depression era. The string of lakes, reaching all the way from Austin to the heart of the Edwards Plateau region west of the state capital, were collectively known as the Highland Lakes. Their strategic location was key to Austin's self-promoted image as the best place in America to live, play, and raise a family. The upscale subdivisions referred to by Austinites simply as the West Side rose high in the foothills above and around the southwestern rim of the old city, founded in the early 1800s by enterprising American pioneers known as impresarios. They had come to Mexico's Tejas territory to settle on large land grants from the Mexican government. One of the greatest of these colonists was Stephen F. Austin, for whom this city was named. But these earliest pioneers, more practical than the boomers of the 1980s, had settled in the rich Colorado River Valley and on arable blackland prairie, extending all the way from the hills of Austin to Matagorda Bay, 150 miles south on the Gulf of Mexico. The West Side back then was the beginning of Comanche country. Waves of mostly Anglo immigrants followed until the sleepy little Texas state capital grew into a minor metropolis peopled by politicians, college professors and school teachers, retailers, business and association executives, and all the supporting craftsmen, clerks, and laborers it took to run a fair-sized city. Almost all of these first arrivals were satisfied to live down on the flatlands, where the city was laid out neatly along the river and the early railroads. The families that relocated to the area in the 1980s might be described as the new rich, people who preferred the scenic, open environment of the hill country, and who could afford the view from the heights that looked down on the city skyline and the citizens living below. It was as if the developers had carved a special citadel from the beautiful highlands, with a river serving as a moat, to create a lifestyle sheltered from the emerging urban problems of crime and congestion. The man-made serenity and security promised by that place were shattered one wintry evening in 1996 by a single violent event. The brutal murder that occurred there introduced fear for the first time to the families living nearby. Its lingering aftermath threatened to tarnish the image of Austin's high-tech business leadership and tested the faith of many in Texas's evangelical Christian community. Chapter 2. She will do him good and not evil all the days of her life. She seeketh wool and flax, and worketh willingly with her hands. Proverbs chapter 31, verses 12 through 13. Elizabeth Trower had been absorbed in pulling weeds around the early summer flowers blooming in front of her newly leased luxury duplex on Holly Hill Drive when a shadow loomed over the small garden plot she was working. Startled, she looked up to see what appeared to be a tall blonde woman standing between her and the late afternoon sun. "Hi, I'm your new neighbor," the woman said, introducing herself as Penny Skaggs, in a cheery voice with an almost familiar accent. "I live just across the street there on the corner." She motioned with her hand toward a stately house on Winter Park Road. Elizabeth rose from her knees, brushing the loose soil from her hands. As she stood, she realized the woman was not nearly as tall as she first appeared. She was no more than 5'6" or 7, slim and attractive in a fresh-scrubbed, permanently groomed kind of way. After a few sentences of idle chat about the neighborhood, the two women shared information on their respective families. Penny said her husband was a vice president at a nearby tech company, which Elizabeth had never heard of, and that the couple had a 12-year-old daughter. Elizabeth said she was a divorced single mother raising 4 children. She thought the other woman's brow furrowed a bit at the mention of divorce, but just for an instant. She went on to tell the friendly stranger that she worked in the administrative section in the office of the governor of Texas at the state capitol downtown. It was their next exchange that was the catalyst for what was to be an enduring friendship. "Where are you from?" Penny asked. "Seems like everyone I meet in Austin is originally from somewhere else." "Well, I've lived all over the United States and traveled a lot," said Elizabeth. "I was born in California, but I was raised in Tulsa, Oklahoma." The blonde woman let out a squeal of delight. "Tulsa, Tulsa! That's where I'm from originally. My husband and I have been traveling too. We moved 12 times in the first 13 years we were married, but Tulsa will always be home." The women discovered they were fellow alumni, having graduated from Central High School in Tulsa just 2 years apart. Penny excitedly told Elizabeth that she was going back for the 25-year reunion of the class of '59 in a few weeks. "I would have been a senior at Tulsa Central when you were a sophomore," Trower confirmed. She quickly learned that Penny Skaggs was originally Lou Ann Earle, one of 4 daughters of the owner of Earle's Party and Carnival Supplies store in downtown Tulsa. "Of course, I knew it well," Trower said. "Whenever there was a birthday or a sorority party, we all headed to Earle's for our decorations and favors. I bet I've been in there 100 times. Names of people, places, and events flowed rapidly as the new neighbors and former Oklahomans compared memories both had left behind more than 2 decades before. Suddenly, Penny Skaggs glanced at her watch and let out another little shriek, this one of alarm. "Oh, my! It's almost 5 o'clock. Roger will be coming home from work any minute. I've got to run and get things ready for my husband." Is this some special occasion?" Trower asked. "No, it was not," the now flustered woman replied, hurriedly saying her goodbyes and glad to meet yous before almost running across the street to her house. But before she broke away, she extracted a promise from Trower that the two would get together soon to talk about Tulsa. The city of Tulsa, it would turn out, loomed large in the life of Penny Skaggs, as would her adopted new home of Austin, Texas. Indeed, in many ways her life story would be a reflection of these two mid-sized middle American cities. But of the two, Tulsa was her true teacher, with its conservative religious environment providing the values she espoused throughout her life. A strong sense of place has an essential role in the development of the character and personality of most individuals, and the majority of Americans, be they native New Yorkers, Angelenos, Hoosiers, or Texans, carry the place where they grew up deep in the fiber of their being and as close as their skin throughout all the days of their lives. The farmer, poet, and philosopher Wendell Berry said, "With a sense of place, your identity is defined. Without a sense of place, what will fill the void?" Austin and Tulsa, in the middle years of the 20th century when Penny was growing up, were almost identical in size, with rapidly growing populations of almost 400,000 people. They were both situated on major rivers, Tulsa on the Arkansas and Austin on the Colorado. But there, the similarities ended. Tulsa's contribution to music was singer Anita Bryant, who graduated from a Tulsa high school and became Miss Oklahoma, just as Penny and Elizabeth were spending their teen years there. Anita Bryant's claim to fame and controversy was earned through her popularizing songs of old-time religion and Christian right political crusades. At the time, Austin's contemporary diva was Janis Joplin, whose new rock music provided part of the soundtrack for the sexual revolution and generational wars that characterized America in the 60s. Tulsa had a score of universities, colleges, and seminaries, almost all of which were established and run by Christian denominations. The Austin area had a score of advanced educational institutions too, but most of the student population was enrolled in public colleges and tax-supported universities. Austin's most famous personality at the time was Willie Nelson, renegade songwriter and leader of the outlaw musicians who had fled the Nashville scene. Tulsa's was the Reverend Oral Roberts, faith healer and founder of American televangelism. Conservative radio commentator Paul Harvey went on the air for the first time in 1933, while still a student at Tulsa's Central High School. For Penny Skaggs, the place that defined her would always be Tulsa, Oklahoma, although she and her husband had traveled widely around the world and lived in many American cities before settling down in Austin in 1984. Long after they moved into their new house in one of the most desirable cities in Texas, she often returned to visit her hometown and spoke of it frequently as she made new friends. Luann Earle was born in a Tulsa hospital on November 3, 1941, the first child of Sylvester Lewis, who went by S.L., and Armida, née Randall Earle. The Earles had moved to Tulsa soon after their marriage in Childress, Texas, on May 10, 1939. When a nurse brought the baby to her waiting parents, she commented that the infant was as bright and pretty as a new penny, and the nickname stuck. Forever after, a widening circle of relatives, friends, and acquaintances called her Penny, until most people outside her immediate family never even knew her real name. Throughout the years, the moniker given to the infant continued to reflect the vibrant, shining personality of the child, the young girl, and ultimately, the woman she would become. After Penny, 3 more daughters were born to the Earles in Tulsa. Sister Sharon arrived 4.5 years later, followed by twins Marilyn and Carolyn in 1950. Their mother, affectionately known as Mitty, was 40 when she had the twins, and Penny, as the eldest, naturally assumed a role as caretaker of the younger girls. Years after they had all left Tulsa for homes and careers in other places, she was still always ready to help her sisters whenever she was needed. The 4 girls were especially close, and even when thousands of miles apart, kept in almost weekly contact. Penny's big sister responsibilities did not prevent her from becoming socially involved in the Tulsa teen community within the restrictions of the Southern Baptist traditions. The family was active in the First Baptist Church of Tulsa. Since most of the citizens of Tulsa were also Baptists, there were plenty of things for a teen to do in this mid-sized city in the 50s. The other lesser but still sizable Protestant congregations of Methodists and Presbyterians were considered a little loose morally, and some thought the Episcopalians downright hedonistic. The Beatles had not yet invaded America, and, at least in Tulsa, Elvis and Buddy Holly singles were practically sold from under the counter by local record stores. Dancing was frowned upon, especially slow dancing, and movies were screened carefully before they were even brought to town. Necking or heavy petting was an absolute no-no, and girls who allowed the dating rules to be broken were usually found out and marked for the rest of their high school years. Teens lived under a strict code of conduct that mandated a shotgun wedding as the only remedy for a careless act in the back seat of a car at the drive-in theater. There were no exceptions and no abortions. Dress codes were not a problem at Tulsa Central, since high-neck blouses, sweater sets, saddle shoes, and crinoline slips under long skirts were the fads of the day. Drinking alcohol was taboo among most of the student population, and the use of illicit drugs was still unheard of. Even boys smoking cigarettes behind the school gym was frowned upon by many of the Baptist girls, who had heard it preached that smoking may not send you to hell, but it will make you smell like you've been there. Television was not yet a moral concern for middle American parents, since everything aired locally would have earned today's G rating anyway. Still, there were plenty of things to keep a teenager busy. All told, there were 39 student clubs and organizations involved in extracurricular activities other than varsity sports at Tulsa Central, everything from rifle teams to girls' clubs that were called sororities. Penny was a member of the Red Feathers, a team spirit club that raised money for social events and boosted the sports teams known as the Central High Braves. She loved music and was dedicated to her organ lessons. Because Papa Earl owned a well-established small business, the family was considered upper middle class, and Penny's formative years were financially comfortable, though certainly not extravagant. Her childhood in the mom and apple pie town of Tulsa during the booming post-World War II era could have been right out of an episode of Father Knows Best. A middle-class upbringing at that time might be considered dull or boring to some, but it was characterized by a naive innocence rarely instilled anywhere, before or since. This community wholesomeness was further enhanced by Tulsa's reputation as the unofficial capital of the Bible Belt. Most citizens considered it a great place and time to raise a family. The era was, however, about to end in Tulsa and across the rest of hinterland America with the advent of the 1960s. Penny was also about to leave the protective environment of small-town America and move out into a bigger, more troubled world, where her sheltered upbringing had not adequately prepared her to cope with the new realities. Penny Earl graduated from Central High School in May 1959 and continued her education across town at the University of Tulsa. Soon after enrolling as a freshman at the 4,000-student TU campus, she became actively involved in student activities and was invited to join the Delta Gamma sorority. At one school function, Penny met Roger Thomas Skaggs, a 6'1", good-looking upperclassman from Fort Worth, Texas. Roger, 20, and Penny, 18, hit it off from their earliest dates and were soon going steady. Her sister Sharon remembered that for the next 2 years, Penny's beau became something of a fixture around the Earl home in Tulsa. He was a junior, majoring in management and marketing the year the couple began dating, and was enrolled in the university's Reserve Officer Training Corps. In his senior year, Roger was elected president of Alpha Tau Omega fraternity. Roger was one of 3 brothers from a middle-class family that had long been associated with the Texas and Oklahoma oil industry. He was born in Tulsa on June 17, 1939, but reared in Fort Worth. His father was a mechanical engineer for Amoco Oil. His whole family, parents Dorothy and Wilbert, and younger brothers Philip and Tom, still lived in Fort Worth, a 4-hour drive away, when Roger began courting Penny. Penny and Roger were married on April 4, 1961. Immediately after graduating summa cum laude from TU that spring, Roger went into the United States Air Force as a commissioned second lieutenant to serve his 4-year ROTC obligation. Penny, having completed her sophomore year, left college to become a full-time wife, although she did hold various office jobs for short periods in the early years of their marriage. In the Air Force, Roger became immersed in what was probably the world's most sophisticated hands-on application of the rapidly growing field of high technology, computer sciences. Penny was by his side when he was sent to intensive computer training at a secret government facility near Roswell, New Mexico, where he was stationed as a second lieutenant from 1961 to 1963. He was then assigned to a regular tour of duty at Tachikawa Air Force Base outside Tokyo, Japan, where he was promoted to first lieutenant and served until 1965. The sprawling military base was not only one of the busiest U.S. sites for strategic bombers in the Pacific, but also one of the largest Department of Defense computer centers in the world. Roger served as a logistics computer specialist at the Air Force Base. It was the site of frequent picketing by anti-American Japanese, with several violent demonstrations just outside the gates. For that reason, all but the most intrepid Americans assigned there stayed close to base during their tours of duty. In Japan, Roger and Penny became friends with another young lieutenant and his wife. They met William and Nancy Sneed in a neighborhood of officers' housing and started a close friendship that would last a lifetime. The Sneeds got to know them as a happily married and ambitious young couple. Though Roger was in the military with the command authority of an officer, he was an easygoing and fun-loving person. In all those years, Sneed recalled, I've never seen Roger angry. We were newlyweds together at the same time, Nancy Sneed said. We visited back and forth and we vacationed with them. She too remembered the Skaggses during their earliest years of married life as a fun and happy couple. Bill Sneed, who was from Georgetown, Texas, a county seat 40 miles north of Austin, had always planned to return home when his hitch was up to take over the family-owned crushed stone business. But Roger and Penny had many more miles to travel before finally settling down. The Sneeds would renew their acquaintance with the Skaggses many years later. After Roger completed his military obligation, he and Penny returned to the United States. Roger held jobs in computer technology with IBM and Hagar Clothing in Dallas from 1965 to 1969, when he joined a small computer company, URS Systems Incorporated. The company, which did government and military contract work, assigned him to a position at Fort Hood, Texas. While living in nearby Killeen, the Skaggses met Joe Edwards and his wife Sydney, who also remained lifetime friends. The depth of that friendship would be tested and proved many years later, through the darkest of Roger's days. Roger's job with URS Systems led to a government contract post in Vietnam, where the U.S. was getting more deeply mired in a hopeless war. Roger's work was apparently safe enough, since Penny went with him to one of the burgeoning U.S. logistical bases near Saigon. During that period, Roger built his credentials and reputation in the computer field, working with some of the leading American companies in the industry. But no matter how far the young couple traveled, Penny never lost touch with her family. Penny was a wonderful correspondent, said Sister Sharon. She wrote once or twice a week and wanted to know everything that was going on in the family. Once Penny and Roger were stateside again, this close contact continued even as they moved from city to city to accommodate Roger's career. He worked in several high-tech jobs before settling into a position as systems engineering specialist in Ross Perot's Electronic Data Systems Corporation. After he joined EDS in November 1971, he and Penny moved to Plano, Texas, a high-tech center on the northern outskirts of Dallas where the company was headquartered. But the couple still traveled extensively for EDS. On an assignment in Topeka, Kansas in 1972, they adopted an infant daughter shortly after the baby was born on August 25th. They named their daughter Sarah. The family soon moved to Yorktown in Westchester County, New York, where they stayed almost 3 years before returning to Plano. Wherever she lived, Penny was never far removed from her sisters and parents by phone, mail, including tape-recorded messages, and frequent trips home. She always wanted to be home for Christmas for sure, and any other events whenever possible, Sharon recalled. May was a big month for family get-togethers. Mother's Day, Mother's birthday, and our parents' anniversary. November was another month for visiting because there were other birthdays clustered then. We were a very close, very open and sharing family. There was one constant in Penny's marriage that all her sisters noticed. She would never come for a visit without Roger, unless she had made elaborate arrangements to take care of him in her absence. She was an extremely loving, caring, doting wife, Sister Sharon recalled. If Roger wasn't along on her visits or traveling somewhere else himself, she made sure everything he would need in her absence was provided at their home before leaving. Since Penny seldom worked outside the home, the household responsibilities were solely hers, and her day-to-day routine was designed to support Roger's work schedule and needs. Perot's pioneering computer service company was less than 10 years old when Roger was recruited. And recruited was the right term for the bright young men who went to work for EDS in those days, because a person had to be asked to join that elite crew. Perot called these recruits his Eagles and defined them as high flyers. The motto of EDS during those early years was, "Eagles don't flock. You have to find them one at a time." Most of the super salesmen and computer wizards at EDS were ex-servicemen, many of them recent combat veterans with experience in Vietnam. The workforce operated much like a large military unit, running not so much on strict discipline as on a gung-ho esprit de corps. The company, which was built around a niche of the booming computer industry that had been ignored by the giants like IBM, went public on the New York Stock Exchange in 1971, the year Roger joined. The piece of the business that Perot and his Eagles focused on was computer service, the 20% of the computer market that involved people who knew how to make the technology work. Nearly every medium-sized and large company in America wanted to computerize, and there was an acute shortage of experts who knew how to use these marvelous machines. EDS simply provided the teams to the companies that were buying the mainframes. It became more and more obvious to me people were buying the hardware, but they didn't know how to use it, Ross Perot told Creighton Harrison of the Dallas Morning News in an interview 4 decades after the successful launch of his multi-billion-dollar company. What they really wanted were systems that worked. Perot's second secret to success was the people he hired. "We looked for people who couldn't live with themselves if they weren't winning. We just did not want anybody who was indifferent." The EDS staff operated like a cohesive unit or family, people who worked tirelessly together as a team. The team included not only the men and few women working at EDS, but their spouses, children, and dependent parents as well. Most employees shared generously in stock ownership of the company, and their personal and private needs were also considered part of the company's embrace. Roger worked directly with Perot on one such fringe benefit in 1979, when he was tapped to organize a junket to Miami for 150 key EDS employees to attend Super Bowl XIII between the Dallas Cowboys and the Pittsburgh Steelers. "I'll tell you the secret to what made the company successful," Perot confided. "It all came down to the spirit of the people within the company. We built a company with huge spirit." In 1978, while Roger Skaggs was a manager at EDS, the Iranian Revolution caught up several EDS executives and their families in Tehran. Though the company moved mountains to have the families and most of the employees evacuated, 2 executives who were operating healthcare computer systems for the former Shah's government were arrested by radical Islamists in the new regime. When it was clear that the U.S. State Department would be unable to free the men, Perot swung into action. He mobilized key members of his EDS staff and hired a retired Green Beret colonel to form a rescue team. Their mission was to go into revolution-torn Iran, break his men out of prison, and take them overland out of Iran into Turkey. Perot himself was waiting at the Turkish border for the courageous corporate rescue team. To accomplish this feat, EDS had shut down its worldwide operations and put every available human resource at the headquarters in Plano into a support role for the mission. Roger Skaggs's logistical training in the military, as well as his management experience at the Plano headquarters, were called on during a planning phase of the bold operation. Perot asked him if he could provide high-frequency communications from Dallas to Iran and Turkey. Roger said he could create such a command center if needed, but the covert mission was accomplished without it. Years later, Roger never hesitated to let people know he had been a Perot man. From the moment he joined EDS, Roger was very much a part of this new corporate environment. Of course, there was a quid pro quo for membership in this exclusive club. EDS expected nothing less than 100% from its employees and their families in exchange for the many perks, including a generous offer of participation in the EDS stock plan. That expectation of personal and family commitment had a downside, too. As with many jobs in the burgeoning new field of computer technology, the long hours, frequent travel on short notice, and being on round-the-clock call could be wearing on a family. Whether it was because of Roger's demanding job or for some other reason, Penny would later tell friends that their marriage had hit a rocky patch. Without going into too much detail, she said marital discord and frequent verbal confrontations had threatened the relationship. The sexually permissive 60s and the complex workplace traditions of the 70s had wreaked havoc on American culture. Divorce rates were soaring, the traditional institution of marriage was challenged, and the Skaggs marriage fell prey to the stresses. During this troubled period, Penny Skaggs met a woman who would have a profound and lasting impact on her life and marriage. Author, family counselor, and lecturer Linda Dillow lived in nearby Richardson, Texas, just a dozen miles down the highway from the Skaggs home in Plano. Penny was introduced to Dillow and attended one of her workshops on creating a Christian marriage. She became a devoted student and enthusiastic early adherent in a small but growing reactionary movement to restore traditional American marriage to its Old Testament roots. Conspicuous in the language of the cause was putting "obey" back in the wedding vows, in an era when many young women were clamoring for more equality in the workplace and the home. Without any formal announcement to friends or family, Lou Ann Earl Skaggs set out on what she described as "my ministry," a journey that was to occupy the rest of her life and possibly even become a contributing factor in her untimely death. Chapter 3. She is like the merchant's ships. She bringeth her food from afar. She riseth also while it is yet night, and giveth meat to her household, and a portion to her maidens. Proverbs chapter 31, verses 14 through 15. The victory celebrations at EDS headquarters in late February 1979 for the breathtaking rescue of their fellow employees from Iran had hardly concluded when a local success of quite another sort was unfolding a short distance away, on the outskirts of Plano. This event was centered on a location that would become internationally famous as South Fork Ranch, and a fictional family that would soon be a household name, the Ewing family of Dallas. Dallas, a nighttime television soap opera starring Larry Hagman as the Texas business tycoon J.R. Ewing, was an instant hit, setting all kinds of ratings records. The show was lauded as the most successful serial drama in television history. Its central themes of corporate greed, marital promiscuity, and dysfunctional family seemed to resonate with a vast majority of TV viewers, who each week tuned in to watch in fascination as the Ewing family careened from one moral crisis to another. The fictitious drama presented a glamorized version of the real-life, topsy-turvy decade that was roiling the traditional family values of America. The new television genre piqued the interest of the Skaggses and their friends and co-workers solely because of the Plano connection. Many of the scenes of Ewing family outings and work around South Fork Ranch were filmed at a mansion on a few acres just at the edge of town. While the television drama might have made for good conversation, Penny's personal reality was accelerating in a diametrically opposite direction. Rather than passively watching the weekly dramatization of the Ewing brothers' fictitious, failing relationships, Penny was concerned with actively saving a real marriage, her own. The roadmap for her new life course was Linda Dillow's best-selling self-help book, Creative Counterpart, first published in 1977. The teachings of Dillow and her disciples were a direct response to what they saw as the family-destroying fallout of the women's liberation movement of the 60s and 70s. The book's foreword challenged Christian women to fight back for traditional marriages and homemaking based on biblical mandates. Citing the recent salvos from the women's rights crusade, the opening pages of the book warned, "We have been jarred from our complacency by spasms of ink-slinging feminists picking up their standards and marching." Thus, while a CBS production crew was filming one of the most popular and titillating television dramas yet to be brought into the American living room, Penny Skaggs and a small group of housewives were a short distance down the road, absorbed in devout Bible study to learn how they could turn the tide. As an instructor, Linda Dillow was not strident or militant, like many of the anti-feminist, anti-abortion crusaders who would soon rise up as vanguard for the politicized Christian right backlash against the cultural changes taking place in America. She was a soft-spoken, inspirational lecturer who used her own marriage and child-rearing experiences as testament to the success a wife could expect from a biblical marriage. She was the wife of Joseph, Jody Dillow, who would become president of the international educational ministry Be World, Biblical Education by Extension World, headquartered near Colorado Springs. The mission of Be World is to train lay leaders and ministers working in predominantly Islamic, Buddhist, or Hindu states where Christianity or Protestantism is usually unwelcome and sometimes even persecuted. Like Penny and Roger, Linda and Jody had met and married while in college. Linda Dillow's confidence-building, non-preachy style won Penny to the cause. The Dillow teaching method meshed perfectly with Penny's cheerful, bubbly personality. Soon, she decided to do more than take home the lessons of building a Christian marriage, which she vowed to make central to her own relationship. Penny heard the calling in Creative Counterpart, where Dillow wrote, "I ask God to use me in the lives of women, to teach, to train, to share the good news of eternal life in Jesus Christ." Penny wanted to bring the biblical message of the joys of living as a godly wife to other women in her circle of executive spouses. After further study, she became a teaching disciple in 1982 and began hosting classes in her Plano home. In the meantime, Roger Skaggs had been offered the opportunity to get in on the ground floor with a strong ownership position in a startup management service company that appeared to have significant financial potential. This forced him to make a difficult decision. He would have to sever relations with a highly successful EDS and take a risk that the new company would be equally as career-enhancing. Ross Perot took umbrage at any of his eagles leaving the nest to join the competition. Even though Perot himself had left IBM and taken his unique piece of the market with him to start EDS in 1961, he expected a more or less lifetime commitment from his employees and their families. It was almost as if Perot took it as a personal insult that someone should want to work elsewhere, wrote Ken Follett, whose 1983 bestseller On Wings of Eagles chronicled Perot's dramatic rescue of the EDS employees from Iran. Leaving the EDS family was more like getting a divorce than changing jobs. There were reports of Perot wanting to remove employees' names from achievement plaques in company displays when the awardees left the corporate fold to take jobs with competitors. Nevertheless, Roger dared incur Perot's wrath by making the drastic career move on August 25, 1980. He quit EDS and joined American Physicians Service Group, a fledgling company providing malpractice insurance management and financial services to doctors in the medical industry. APS was headquartered in Dallas at the time, but within a few years would move its corporate headquarters to the high-tech Texas boomtown of Austin, 200 miles to the south. In those early years with APS, Roger earned rapid advancement up the executive ranks as he assumed wider responsibilities within the organization. Roger welcomed a chance to leave the hassle of the congested and overpopulated Dallas-Fort Worth area for the more bucolic environs of Austin. The move offered him the ego-massaging opportunity to be a bigger fish in a smaller pond, as opposed to competing with the emerging technology titans in Dallas. Whether Penny shared his enthusiasm for a move that would take her hundreds of miles farther from her younger sisters and aging parents in Tulsa is unknown. She would also be leaving her new ministry to women in the Plano area, and they would be uprooting daughter Sarah, who was then nearly 12, separating her from friends she had known throughout her school years. But having recently embraced a biblical interpretation of the obedient wife, Penny felt that such decisions were left up to the head of the household, the husband. So the Skaggs family moved to Austin in 1984 to start a new life. In the mid-1980s, homebuyers coming into Austin's scenic hills west and south of the Old Town were mostly young and upwardly mobile. They included newly tenured academics from the universities, medical and legal professionals who had only recently hung up their shingles, retired military officers, and youngish executives from Austin's burgeoning high-technology industry. Roger and Penny Skaggs were typical of these newcomers. The hill country subdivision they chose to live in was called Bee Cave Woods, where they ultimately made an offer on a hilltop house on Winter Park Road. The neighborhood was located within the southwest city limits of Austin. More important, it was served by the most prestigious public school system in Central Texas, the Eanes Independent School District. If that suburban school system had largely escaped the earlier throes of racial integration in Texas, it was primarily because the average price of a home in the district at that time was over $280,000, which was extraordinarily high for the Austin area. However, equivalent homes in other high-tech centers like California's Silicon Valley were already selling for $1 million, and people relocating enjoyed a bonanza when it came to Texas real estate values. There was another factor drawing the upper-middle-class newcomers to the area. Crime of any kind was non-existent in these neighborhoods. As violent crime rates climbed with the population growth in Austin, the Tony foothill subdivision south and west of the city remained havens of security. Austin police and officers from the nearby suburb of Westlake Hills regularly patrolled the winding streets without having to respond to anything more serious than minor vandalism perpetrated by sometimes overindulged and bored Eanes teenagers. If Austin was the town in which many Texans aspired to live, the neighborhood the Skaggses chose was the one most Austinites wished they could afford. Roger and Penny Skaggs could afford it. By then, he was a member of APS senior management with a commensurate salary and benefits. His company's new Austin headquarters were also located in the hill country, just 5 miles from the house they decided to buy. Roger would easily be able to drive home for lunch every day. That part of the hill country was where the modern, new campus-like high-tech parks were being constructed. In what was half-jokingly called Silicon Gulch, a young Michael Dell had barely moved his pace-setting personal computer company from a garage near the University of Texas into the first of what was to become scores of clean manufacturing plants. Roger Skaggs was ranked among the innovators in applying computer technology to real-life, marketable products and services, and was rapidly advancing within APS. A residence befitting the stature of the successful executive was important to his image. The Skaggses closed the deal on the house on Winter Park Road on June 8, 1984. Roger, Penny, and Sarah moved in shortly afterward and began to enjoy what seemed to family, friends, and associates the ideal American lifestyle. The imposing two-story, 3,625-square-foot house was not a mansion, but was considered large at that time. The circle drive to the portal-framed entryway gave the house a stately appearance from the street. All the homes along Winter Park Road and the crisscrossing streets, Copper Mountain, Steamboat Springs, Crested Butte, were similarly custom-built. If the house gave Roger the prestige address to match his position, it meant far more to Penny. It provided the foundation on which she built everything of value in her life. Under her devoted ministrations, it became the sterling example of the perfect, if somewhat materialistic, modern Christian home. As Penny set about turning the mere mortar and bricks into a showcase of her beliefs and dreams, certainly the last thing on her mind was some arcane ghost prowling the winding streets. It's doubtful she and Roger were even aware that, in the old days, there were reported sightings of a ghostly woman just at the bottom of their hill. Realtors in general don't mention tales of haunted places when extolling the features of their developments, and every trace of topography, historical or mythical, had been quickly plowed under and paved over without so much as a pencil mark on a plat map. Even had the Skaggses heard the story before they moved in, they surely would have scoffed at such superstition. It was not until 2 years later that community historian Dorothy M. Dupuy and writer Linda Vance reintroduced the specter in their book Eanes, Portrait of a Community. It is unlikely that Penny and Roger's busy neighbors, who were newcomers too, had ever heard tell of the ghostly tale. The movers had barely unloaded their van before Penny set out to convert her new house into a model home. Roger may have been the head of the house, but Penny was in charge of the home, and she decorated it throughout in her favorite pale blue hues. Despite the fact that Roger was drawing a good executive salary by Austin standards, Penny believed an important virtue of a good wife was frugality with household expenses. She drove all the way across Austin to the north side of town to stock up on supplies and groceries at Sam's Club, the giant discount warehouse. Within no time, she had the house in order and ready for her husband and daughter to resume their normal lives. Her neighbors were amazed at how quickly she had unpacked all the boxes and put everything in place, as if a major move had never happened. The American dream home was complete, right down to a dog for Sarah, a border collie named Duke, romping in the large fenced-in backyard. With 5 bedrooms and 4 baths, the house provided each family member plenty of personal space. Roger took 1 bedroom for his home office, and Penny converted another to her arts and crafts room. Roger also had a well-outfitted workshop in the oversized garage. On the first floor, an impressive den with a cathedral ceiling and brick fireplace served as the main living area. A 2-story wall of windows looked out on a large redwood deck with built-in hot tub. The deck ran the entire length of the back of the house. When Penny was playing her piano, the sound carried from the den throughout the open floor plan, filling the house with music. She would build her life around that room. Her second most important center of activity was the huge gourmet kitchen, complete with modern built-in appliances and a 12-foot utility island. The kitchen abutted the den. There was a formal dining room and a small formal living room or reception area off the foyer. For privacy, the large master bedroom with adjoining master bath was also located downstairs. A distinctive U-shaped staircase led from the ceramic-tiled foyer to the second floor, where the other 4 bedrooms were located. Another large room upstairs, equipped with television and stereo, was designed as a family media and recreation center. Penny embellished the decor of the house with creative flower arrangements and small plaques inscribed with inspirational messages and quotes from the Bible. An expert calligrapher, she hand-lettered and painted the plaques, which she posted on cabinets and hung in various places around the house. She created a decorative calendar for the kitchen that offered, for each month, a different Bible verse on the Christian home and family. And she put the custom kitchen to good use, preparing almost all the family meals from scratch, with gourmet dinners and home-baked breads and pastries. Her home was her sanctuary, and she devoted herself to making it a perfect haven for her husband and daughter. Diana and Arthur Coleman, who lived directly across the street from Roger and Penny, got to know the newcomers immediately after they moved to the area. The Colemans had recently moved there themselves. The two women soon bonded, and their husbands were friendly as well, particularly in the early years, according to Arthur. A self-described New York Jewish kid who had never read a page of the New Testament, he converted to Christianity in late 1986. Afterward, he and Roger began attending the same Bible study fellowship and drove there together almost every week. Arthur believed Penny had been instrumental in his conversion, more than he could ever know. "My guess is she prayed incessantly for it," he said. Penny viewed their house in a special way, Diana Coleman recalled. She always felt God gave them the house to teach her courses, the Christian wife classes. It had the large room at the center of the house that was big enough to accommodate a number of people for the classes. The Skaggses quickly took steps to assimilate into their new community. Through his company, Roger applied for a family membership to the Barton Creek Country Club, and Penny found the family a permanent church home. Roger, Penny, and Sarah joined the congregation of the fastest-growing Baptist church in the Austin area. For Penny, who had been raised a Southern Baptist in Tulsa, it was a return to the flock. Roger had been raised in a more moderate Methodist denomination. The Riverbend Church, founded in 1979 by Dr. Gerald Mann, had about 1,600 members when the Skaggses joined in 1984. Dr. Mann, the charismatic and controversial chaplain of the Texas legislature, had presided over a split in the congregation at the University Baptist Church in a dispute over membership admission standards. When he left to form the new church, he took a good number of members from the old church with him. His new church had been given a large tract of valuable lakefront property by two developers and used the proceeds from the sale of that land to build the first sanctuary at a scenic site on Lake Austin, a half-mile south of the heart of Texas Highway. The waterfront site had a breathtaking view of the Austin Hills. Within a few years, the congregation had swelled to more than 8,000 members. But in the 1980s, when Roger and Penny were members and taught a couple's Sunday school class, the church was in rapid growth that required an almost continuous building program. Roger often complained to friends that the church was constantly pressing its members to make even larger contributions to the building fund. Dr. Mann, already a nationally known television personality and author of religious publications, later would gain added fame as a minister who counseled President Bill Clinton in the White House after he confessed to the Monica Lewinsky affair. While Roger and Penny were active in the Austin church, the Southern Baptists were involved in a doctrinal controversy over the role of the wife in the church and home. Unlike most mainstream Protestant denominations at the time, many Southern Baptist congregations held strongly to the belief that a woman should submit herself graciously to her husband's leadership. This interpretation of the covenants also mandated the less controversial adjunct that the husband should provide for, protect, and lead his family. Ultimately, the subservient wife dogma would cause a major rift in the Southern Baptist Church in Texas, with more than half the congregations rejecting this strict interpretation of the wife's role. The Texas General Convention removed its churches from its historic fellowship with a more than 2 million member national organization, the Southern Baptist Convention. the Riverbend Church remained in the hard-line Southern Baptist group. There was no doubt where Penny stood on the issue of the subservient wife. She had already been teaching new brides and soon-to-be married young women that the godly wife must be obedient to her husband. She resumed her teaching ministry shortly after the family settled in Austin. The house itself became a prop for her teachings. She used her kitchen for demonstrations, as well as a place to serve refreshments after each session. The classes were taught in the Big Den, which could comfortably accommodate 20 or more attendees. Diana Coleman was one of the first Austin wives to take a course from Penny. "We were already very good friends," said Diana. "I was 41, with a baby due in 6 weeks. Penny had a lot of empathy for an older woman with young children, and she wanted to be helpful, to be involved in other people's lives. Her class was based on passages from chapter 31 of Proverbs, which describes the attributes of a biblical wife. The course she taught was the way she lived her own life." Penny did not charge for the classes and sold her students copies of Creative Counterpart at a discounted price. She taught each class directly from one of the chapters of Dillow's book, which was the centerpiece of the course. The sessions were 2 hours long, once a week, for 9 weeks. Penny taught that women should establish a life goal of being all God wants them to be as a person, wife, and mother. They would reach that goal by pursuing 6 defined priorities. Priority number 1 was God. The other priorities, in descending order of importance, were husband, children, home, yourself, and outside the home. This last category encompassed everything else, including job, school, community activities, etc. She showed her students how to make a priority planner that broke down their weekly and daily schedules into specific activities, appointments, and goals. The chart also covered such details as menus for every meal, grocery shopping lists, and other household chores. After devotion to God, the most important thing in life, Penny told her classes, was a wife's relationship with her husband. That relationship was based on a marital plan called the 3 A's, wherein the wife gave the husband acceptance, admiration, and authority. The husband was to receive 100% of the wife's efforts in a lifelong process built on complete trust of and obedience to her husband. "We must trust and obey," Dillow writes. "That is our 100%. The book title, Creative Counterpart, which was also what Penny's students called her courses, refers to the role of the wife in marriage. Dillow wrote, "God's plan for marital happiness involves a spiritual head and a creative counterpart." The book further defines creative counterpart as a helpmate, a complement to her husband. She not only allows him to be the leader, but also encourages him to take the leadership role by reverencing him and being submissive to him. She has chosen to be submissive because God has commanded it, and because she is convinced that only completion will result in a vital, fulfilling marriage. She is submissive, but she strives to be capable, intelligent, industrious, organized, efficient, warm, tender, gracious. All virtues we saw in the beautiful blueprint in Proverbs chapter 31. The message of the course was apparently deeply impressed upon many of the students. Years after they attended the sessions, they could readily recall much of the teaching. Penny taught that if the wife faithfully applied the 3 A's, there would almost inevitably be a positive change in the home. Diana said, "You submit to your husband, and if he is allowed to be the man of the house, it will be a harmonious home." She handed out small calligraphy pieces she had made, reminding those in her class that a wife should honor her husband. Diana added that, from her observations as a close friend over the years, Penny practiced in her home life what she preached in her classes. In addition to the Dillow book, Penny used the New International Version of the Holy Bible in the classes, as well as religious tracts and pamphlets and printed sermons and monographs. She also often referenced the curiously titled book Sex Begins in the Kitchen by Dr. Kevin Leman. The title notwithstanding, This self-help book was more about creating a husband-wife partnership in the family than about making love in the kitchen. Addressing the subject of sex in the larger context of a reciprocally satisfying relationship, Dr. Lehman writes, "A good marital relationship is based on pleasing each other, being sensitive, and tuned in to each other's emotional as well as sexual needs." According to the author, if the wife made the initial overtures to create a home where the husband felt in charge after a hard day of being battered in the workplace, he would reciprocate by willingly assuming more household chores and child-rearing responsibilities. While this type of loving and equal partnership was potentially a side benefit of wifely submission, Penny's teachings made it clear that such an outcome was neither guaranteed nor reason for a wife's rebellion if the husband chose not to respond in kind. Penny taught that the wife's duty of submission also extended to the sexual relationship, but one of the 2-hour sessions was devoted to exploring ways a woman could be creative in the bedroom and how to be a willing sexual partner rather than merely a submissive one. Appearance was important, she taught. The wife should make herself as glamorous as possible when she was going to be around her husband. She should stop whatever she was doing early enough in the day to prepare herself physically for his homecoming. He should always be greeted at the door by an enthusiastic mate, freshly bathed, well coiffed and manicured, and dressed attractively. In the home, the wife was to play a large role in planning intimate, romantic times when just the two of them were together. Whenever the husband desired his wife, she should be available, even if she was not interested in sex at the moment. Penny was quick to remind the wives in her class that their husbands were constantly confronted in the workplace by well-groomed, attractive women, some of whom might be intent on tempting the men in their office. Risa Pardue was a student at the University of Texas in 1984 when her roommate introduced Penny to her as a mentor for young women. Risa was dating her future husband at the time. She and Penny formed a close friendship that was to last for years. "Penny became like an aunt to me," she said. "I took her course twice, once when I was dating my future husband and again after I was married. Over the years, I stayed in close touch with Penny through our church." Risa Pardue recalled feeling uncomfortable at one of the sessions when the chapter on sexual relationships was being presented. The class was in the den, and Roger Skaggs was in the adjoining room. It seemed awkward that he was nearby when Penny was discussing how important it was for women to make themselves available to their husbands and not take that part of the marriage for granted, she said. "Sometimes a wife can get real busy with children and other details and neglect that aspect of the marriage." Penny made the joke that if you act enthusiastic, you will be enthusiastic. Roger was sitting within earshot, and it made me cringe. It seemed a bit perfunctory, like the only reason for having sex was being dutiful, as opposed to being passionate or spontaneous. Another of Penny's students, Delaney Clement, said that the 9-part course was very thorough, covering almost every topic a wife would need to create a new Christian home or make over a troubled marital relationship. Everything was taught from the woman's perspective. The underlying theme was that the woman had to change, since a man could not be expected to change. Penny used a variety of sources, parables, Bible verses, and modern-day examples from real lives, all leading to the ultimate conclusion that it was the wife's responsibility and job to make the marriage work. The instructions were targeted at how to be a godly wife, that marriage required unconditional commitment to the husband, who might be an imperfect man, recalled Clement. The husband should be number one in the wife's life after God. Penny told her class that if the husband called home from work and the wife was on the phone, she should conclude her conversation immediately and take the husband's call. She practiced this in her own relationship. A longtime acquaintance remembered numerous times when their phone conversations had been interrupted by a call waiting signal. Penny would immediately end the conversation with, "That's probably Roger," and hang up. Though the study sessions were serious, they were conducted in the relaxed atmosphere of a Tupperware party. The women, primarily young wives and newlyweds who had learned of the seminars from announcements in their churches, sat in a circle in Penny's large den. Usually the sessions were scheduled from 7 to 9 in the evening. Penny held a few of the classes in church auditoriums during working hours, but most were in her home. Student Patty Edling recalled that most of the wives were just starting their families far from their parents and needed a mom to support us. We wanted to support our families through God to learn how to make a better home, she said. Teresa Neal, another class participant, said that after the prayers and the lesson of the day, the group usually had refreshments and socialized for a good amount of time, roaming around the big house, into the immaculate kitchen, or to use one of the downstairs bathrooms. On one occasion, Penny brought out a large jewelry case to show the women how she had customized the box with plastic inserts to make it easier to find things quickly. During the social periods, Roger, who was usually home for the evening by the time the sessions concluded, frequently mixed with the attendees for refreshments. The women described him as a friendly and sociable host who sometimes shared a humorous story about his day at the office with a group. The classes consumed a large part of Penny's life, and she was personally devoted to her students. Most became lifelong friends, and she kept up with them for years after they completed the course. She shared births, deaths, and childbearing experiences with them as if they were members of an extended family. And they were on her mailing list for the detailed and elaborately decorated annual newsletters she mailed out around Christmas to relatives, friends, and associates. To her friends, it seemed that Penny was always either in the process of teaching a seminar, studying for another class, or preparing materials. Even with this busy schedule, each Thursday afternoon, she diligently drove to a North Austin nursing home to play piano for the aging residents. Penny conducted the classes in Christian homemaking for at least 12 years in Plano and Austin, as she continued to refine the course and expand the materials she used and distributed to her students. In Austin, she averaged 5 classes a year, with 15 to 25 women each, which meant she taught nearly 1,000 young brides-to-be, married women, and some older wives trying to rejuvenate failing marriages. On at least one occasion, she accepted an invitation to conduct a seminar in her old hometown of Plano and returned there to give a compressed series of workshops. In addition, her teachings about the Christian home extended to the weekly Sunday school classes she and Roger held for married couples at their church. Penny Skaggs's influence as a teacher of Christian family values spread throughout Central Texas, and her reputation as a living example of the perfect Christian wife was known far beyond her immediate neighborhood and church community. Chapter 4. She considereth a field, and buyeth it. With the fruit of her hands she planteth a vineyard. She girdeth her loins with strength, and strengtheneth her arms. Proverbs chapter 31, verses 16 through 17. Penny Skaggs's dedication to making the home a duty-free zone for her husband provided Roger the support he needed to devote his energy and talents to the pursuit of success for himself as a corporate executive and for the business interests he managed at American Physicians Service Group, Incorporated. Roger, who had joined APS in Dallas in 1980, was soon made a corporate vice president. The company had a number of subsidiary operations, offering a wide range of financial services to physicians and the healthcare provider industry, including clinics, medical schools, and physician networks. The financial services included billing systems, brokerage and investments, and the management and placement of malpractice insurance. APS was well positioned in the rapidly growing business of providing medical professionals with insurance and systems management. The booming new opportunity was called the computer service industry, and when Roger entered it at the bottom, it was far from the $500 billion annual industry it has become. He was named Senior Vice President for Corporate Development in February 1985, about 8 months after the move to Austin. He served in that position for 3 years, with primary responsibility for expanding the company's product and service lines. The enterprising young men who made up the bulk of Texas computer professionals were different from the Silicon Valley tech wizards who invented the wonderful new systems. The Texans were more nerdy than geeky. They wore white shirts and ties. They were the practical guys, the ones who figured out how to apply the new technology the Californians invented, how to make money squeezing out mind-boggling applications for the gee-whiz gadgetry and programs invented in San Francisco, San Jose, and Mountain View. Roger was one of the brightest of this new breed of button-down, short-haired techies. With APS, he had the opportunity to focus his university training, military computer experience, and years with one of America's most innovative high-tech companies on the development of a new line of computer applications. The original company was founded in 1975 when a group of doctors organized to address the medical malpractice insurance crisis. The officers and owners took the company public in 1983, listing it on the NASDAQ stock exchange. As an insider at the time, Roger acquired substantial shares of common stock and was gifted large blocks of stock options. Ultimately, APS Group, the parent company, spun off three major operating subsidiaries. APS Financial Incorporated was an investment company handling stock and bond trades and other financial instruments for its clients. Facilities Management Incorporated was an insurance company that wrote malpractice policies for doctors and medical facilities. APS Systems was the computer systems management service, which Roger was instrumental in developing. In the early 1980s, the company acquired a prime piece of property in the booming high-tech corridor circling southwest Austin along the scenic new Capital of Texas Highway. This was a divided four-lane controlled-access loop that connected Interstate Highway 35 on the south with U.S. Highway 183 on the northwest. When the company moved its headquarters to Austin in 1984, two prominent Texas political figures, former Speaker of the House Ben Barnes and former Governor John Connally, joined its board of directors. The new property included a modern office building called Capitol View Center at 1301 Capital of Texas Highway. The building housed 3 levels of office suites above an underground parking garage. APS took Suite C, consisting of the entire top floor, for its national and international headquarters. The space on the 2 lower floors was leased out to other companies through the APS Property Management Office. While serving as company vice president, Roger also managed the real estate office for a brief time after moving to Austin. However, his ultimate contribution to the company was the creation and management of a lucrative new line of high-tech business services. About 4 years after the Austin move, he was named president of APS Systems Incorporated and served as its chief operating officer. The products and services sold through this subsidiary were similar to the computerized operating systems pioneered by Ross Perot's organization 20 years before, but upgraded with the latest in technological advances. The move to Austin had been good for Roger's career. In addition to his other responsibilities, he was promoted to Senior Vice President for Data Processing of the parent company in 1988. Roger had taken full advantage of the opportunities the fledgling company offered. He had grown in both rank and responsibility as APS prospered with a rapidly booming high-tech market, serving national and international clients from its Austin business hub. During the late 1980s and early 1990s, Fortune magazine frequently ranked Austin among the 10 best business locations in the country, several times as number 1. Its commerce-friendly climate, low cost of living, and high quality of life were cited as the city's chief attributes. "You can feel the growth here," a corporate executive who had moved his company from the Silicon Valley to Austin told the magazine. "We're doubling business every year." One article in the prestigious business journal concluded, "Austin's reputation as the breeding ground for high-tech entrepreneurs will be assured. And as long as you can listen to great live music and chow down on cheap enchiladas, the old-timers won't complain much." This phenomenal business growth was true for APS, too, and Roger, as a senior executive, played an important role in the company's early expansion in Austin. His work demanded more and more of his time at the office and away from Penny and his comfortable new home. After developing major technical services for the company, Roger began traveling coast to coast to market them. His niche in the company was assured because of his unique computer knowledge and skills. He may not have been the indispensable man, but he was one of the most valuable rainmakers in the corporation. As such, he had been named a member of the board of directors during the period of the company's most rapid growth in the mid-1980s. Roger's large glassed-in corner office reflected the importance of the position he held. It offered unobstructed views of the skyline of downtown Austin to the north and the hill country to the west. Looking straight down from his windows, the view was less attractive. At street level was a large outdoor parking lot for visitors and lower-ranking employees. At the far end of the lot, in an alleyway behind the building, there were 2 industrial-sized trash dumpsters. But the lofty view, befitting a former Ross Perot Eagle and a real comer in Austin's booming high-tech industry, was the long one, above the parked cars, dumpsters, and treetops to the most distant panoramas. Throughout the 80s, Roger Skaggs's horizons must have seemed limitless. APS Systems, the subsidiary he headed, sold complete computer systems and operating software designed to each major client's specific criteria. While some of the components were standardized, the particular system had to be tailored to each new client's operation and frequently updated as needs changed. The products Roger's unit designed and sold featured an automated practice management and billing system. The users and potential customers were large multi-physician medical clinics, medical schools, physician hospital organizations, HMOs, and other healthcare provider networks. In quick order, Roger brought in a number of large clients, including the Yale School of Medicine with its 500-doctor teaching hospital, and the Nebraska Clinicians Group of the University of Nebraska Medical Center at Omaha with 300 doctors. The North Mississippi Health Services System, headquartered at Tupelo, was another important client. That medical operation was the largest rural health system in America, with 14 major clinics and hospitals in Mississippi. In addition, APS Systems sold to and serviced dozens of other smaller clients operating healthcare facilities across the country. The company's proprietary software, which Roger helped create, performed a wide variety of valuable services. The system offered the client a one-source computer database that integrated patient and physician financial, demographic, and medical information. It generated patient scheduling, patient recalls, and special reports. It also prepared billing statements and forms for filing insurance claims. The system could be linked for automatic claim filing to medical insurance companies, Medicaid, and Medicare. APS System software was run on Hewlett-Packard hardware, which APS also sold to their clients. In the extremely competitive, fast-paced high-tech field, Roger's accomplishments earned the recognition of his corporate bosses and the board of directors. His professionalism and low-key management style won the admiration of his peers and the respect of the employees who worked for him. He supervised a staff of 35 highly trained technical specialists and sales and service representatives. Patty Adams, a marketing vice president at APS, worked directly with Roger Skaggs. She said that he had a good reputation around the country as one of the most technically competent in the industry. He was always up front with his staff, mostly quiet and non-confrontational. He never got upset. Ken Schifrin, who was chief executive officer of the parent company, had been promoted to that position in 1989 after serving as its chief financial officer. Roger, as president of the subsidiary, reported directly to him. The two men had developed a close business relationship when they held positions of equal rank, and their friendship continued after Schifrin became president of APS Group and Roger's boss. They worked down the hall from each other during this vital growth phase of the company. Schifrin said Roger was a thoughtful boss. He always did everything possible for his employees. He cared for them. Whenever there was an opportunity, he worked to get them promotions. Roger frequently talked about his daughter Sarah and wife Penny with his co-workers. Penny was also well known and liked by the officers and employees at the company. She always attended company-sponsored employee events with him. Roger talked about Penny and Sarah a lot on the job, the corporate president recalled. He loved them very much. As those early years in Austin passed, the job demands on Roger's time and energy were not the only external forces competing for his family's attention. Even when he did manage to get time away from his hectic work schedule, he did not always want to spend it at the perfect home Penny had created. An avid sailor, Roger described one of his favorite vacations as a charter trip in the Caribbean Sea he and Penny took aboard an old sailing schooner earlier in their marriage. Later he took up sailing on one of the Highland lakes near Austin. After becoming proficient as an inland water sailor, he eventually purchased part interest in a 27-foot Catalina yacht for $6,000. It featured full cabin accommodations with 2 double and 2 single berths. The boat was kept at a commercial marina on Lake Travis, a 50-minute drive from his home and office. The closest major lake in the string of recreational lakes that runs west from Austin into the heart of the hill country, Lake Travis was ideal for weekend pleasure trips, with beautiful canyons winding along the 64 miles of its length. The lake was 4 miles across at its widest point and offered extraordinary boating conditions year-round. Roger also owned a 100-acre farm near Coleman, Texas, 165 miles northwest of Austin, for use as a private hunting reserve and weekend retreat. A trailer-type cabin was located on the property, making it suitable for overnight stays without the discomfort of camping out. During quail, dove, and turkey seasons, which lasted most of the fall and winter months, Roger took every opportunity to spend weekends at the ranch. The problem with these outdoor activities Roger so avidly pursued was that Penny did not care much for them. She complained that the harsh Texas sun and dry, parching winds were too damaging for her fair skin and Northern European features. So, she seldom went along, opting instead to remain at home to pursue her arts and crafts or church activities with friends. Sarah, now in her teens, frequently accompanied her father on both his trips to the lake and weekends at the small ranch. Roger also hosted co-workers and other friends for brief sailboat outings on Lake Travis. Another outside assault on the tranquil haven Penny tried to create in the safety of the home on Winter Park became far more problematic. The public schooling of daughter Sarah brought an unwelcome influence into their tightly knit Christian home. The Eanes Independent School District was not only one of the best-funded public school systems in Texas, but was also reputed to offer the best educational and social environment. Like the neighborhood they served, there was little or no crime reported within the Eanes schools. The 32-square-mile EISD, which abutted Austin on the southwest, was the primary governmental entity that bound the area into a common community. Its natural landscape consisted of high cedar and oak-covered hills and mesas, and was traversed by the meandering Colorado River. These hill country vistas commanded the highest real estate prices in central Texas. The neighborhood where Penny and Roger bought their home was the only part of the Eanes School District actually located within the Austin city limits. The other municipalities in the area were hamlets, with a few convenience stores and service stations built at county crossroads. At the time, the only other real town in the area was Westlake Hills, which was little more than a shopping strip incorporated into a village. It offered a few upscale stores and a supermarket. As desirable as it was, the Skaggs' neighborhood was by no means the most posh in the district. Nearby multi-million-dollar homes, located in luxury developments like Rob Roy Estates and Davenport Ranch, sprawled across the mesa tops behind gated communities guarded by private security firms. Most of these exclusive communities were located in an unincorporated part of Travis County. A few pockets of lower-priced housing remained along the river that marked one boundary of the area. These neighborhoods of $100,000 houses were considered West Side slums by some of the locals. Many of Austin's most notable personalities owned mansions in the westernmost part of the Eanes School District. Several members of the immediate family of the late President Lyndon Baines Johnson had homes there, as did Governor Ann Richards, and such nationally recognized celebrities as actress Sandra Bullock, author Bud Shrink, artist John Guerin, former presidential security advisor Walter Rostow, and syndicated columnist Liz Carpenter. The stunning panoramas from the hilltop homes were top drawer, but for most of the 25,000 residents, it was the schools that made the family stretch to buy one of the 10,000 pricey homes in the district. Almost everyone who moved to the west side did so because of the quality of the Eanes School District, according to Ed Allen, editor of the award-winning community weekly newspaper, the Westlake Picayune. Roger and Penny enrolled Sarah in junior high school when they moved to Austin, and she matriculated into high school as a freshman when she was 15. Westlake High School was the flagship of the school district. The large public high school was the educational and sports pride of the community. Its influential outreach was the glue that held the affluent community together. The school's motto was simply, "It's all good." But in 1987, when Sarah Skaggs entered high school as a freshman, it was not all good at the much ballyhooed Eanes campus. Despite its reputation, when it came to social problems, Westlake High was not much different from the thousands of other junior and senior high schools in the Texas public school system. Rebellious teen subcultures, whether centered around heavy metal music, the dark atmosphere of the goth aesthetic, or experimentation with drugs, were just as much a challenge to parents and educators in the wealthy school district as they were in urban high schools in less affluent communities. Apparently, Sarah's strict upbringing had not made her immune to the siren call of one of these subcultures, which expressed its rebellion through provocative dress and music. When she adopted a preference for all-black clothing and began turning up after school wearing dark lipstick and nail polish, Penny was appalled. She preferred me to have bows in my hair and that I hang out with the preppy little kids, Sarah said later in an interview with an Austin reporter. Sarah began violating her 11 p.m. weekend curfew, coming home later and later, with no explanation as to where she had been. Penny refused to accept that a child raised from infancy to be a good Christian could fall under the influence of an aberrant youth movement without the intervention of some outside evil force. She believed in a living Satan, and that possession by the devil could cause a person to go astray. As one friend said of Penny's concept of an incarnate evil spirit, she believed that Satan was as real as the mailman. Roger and Penny tried every form of restriction to keep Sarah from her new friends and remove the negative influences they believed would wreck their daughter's life. The more they tried, the more Sarah, abetted by her friends, rebelled against the strict discipline. Whether Sarah's sudden involvement with what Penny considered the dark side was adolescent rebellion against religion and the strict home Penny kept, or simply a typical teenager's response to the magnetic pull of peers, will never be known. A family friend whom Penny called on for advice during this time because of similar experiences dealing with a teenager years earlier, said that Penny and Roger were not willing to let the problem with Sarah work itself out. Penny wanted her wayward daughter removed from the evil influences in the public school immediately. Although Roger seemed a little more tolerant of his teenage daughter's rebelliousness, he finally went along. "My mother could be very controlling of both me and my father," Sarah admitted to the Austin Chronicle. "If either one of us did something that she didn't like, she had her ways of either subtly or not so subtly making you feel awful until you did it her way." Whatever the genesis of the problem with Sarah, Penny and Roger soon settled on a drastic solution for it. Sarah had been raised her entire life in the nurturing arms of a fundamentalist faith in a Christian home and Christian church. That belief system could also be unforgiving of youthful deviation from the strict rules set forth in the Bible. In Sarah's case, the remedy came fast and harsh. Penny found a no-nonsense school for girls, which was operated by a Christian fundamentalist sect and located in a small piney woods town in far northeast Texas. The school was on a farm more than 300 miles from Austin. In addition to their studies, the girls were required to labor on the land, raising crops as part of their re-education program. A tearful but still defiant Sarah was consigned to the isolated Christian school for the remainder of her high school years. It provided a harsh, daily 12-hour regimen of work, prayer, and worship, in addition to the continuation of high school studies. Part of the Skaggs family adoption experience was featured in a textbook entitled Children of Adoption and Their Parents by Kathleen Silber and Patricia Martinez Dorner, published by Corona Publishing Company in 1990. The Skaggs family was identified in the monograph simply as Penny, Raj, and Sarah. Pointing out that Sarah had been adopted as an infant, the case study said that she had not exhibited early distress pertaining to adoption, but began having related problems when she was 15. She wanted to know where she had come from, who she looked like. According to the study, these problems manifested themselves in rebellion toward her adoptive parents and the strictness of her upbringing. The story covered the parents' attempts to get help. They sought counseling and other forms of assistance in their local community. Feeling a need to remove her from her peers in an effort to break the cycle, they sent her to a residential religious facility. The teenage daughter lived at the rural church school for the next 3 years, with only infrequent visits by her parents allowed. At one point in her program, the school suggested that the Skaggses locate Sarah's birth mother and reintroduce them. Sarah herself was interested in knowing her biological mother. The focus of the book that related the Skaggs story was an exploration of the pros and cons of reintroducing adopted children to birth families. In this case, it was apparently deemed advisable. The family invited Sarah's birth mother, Kathy, to Sarah's high school graduation, and she accompanied Penny and Roger to the ceremony. After completing high school at the church farm, Sarah returned to Austin and her home on Winter Park Road. If Penny was hoping the 3 years of tough love at the religious school had turned the teenager into a dutiful biblical daughter, she would soon be disappointed. Sarah had emerged from the rigorous regime and strict discipline meted out at the church farm, a stronger young woman, determined, if nothing else, to live her own life. The Skaggs parents had a plan worked out for Sarah's return, which included enrolling her in Concordia University, a Lutheran, church-sponsored institution whose motto was, "We develop Christian leaders." Concordia is consistently ranked among the best comprehensive colleges in America by U.S. News and World Report in their annual evaluation of colleges and universities. The school operates an extensive undergraduate and graduate program from a 20-acre campus near downtown Austin and charges one of the highest tuitions of any college system in Texas. During the summer following Sarah's high school graduation, the Skaggses joined Penny's sisters and their families for a vacation at a resort condominium near Breckenridge, Colorado. The families planned to spend a weekend-long holiday together with their children at the retreat, which was owned by one of Penny's sisters. They drove together in a caravan of cars from Dallas to the Rocky Mountains. Sarah, fresh from the rigorous training at the religious school, accompanied her parents on the trip. There were 13 spouses and children in the vacation party. Sarah slept on a cot in a loft bedroom in the tri-level apartment. Despite the crowding, the families seemed to get along fairly well, amicably sharing the space and scheduling the use of bath facilities, cooking, washing dishes, laundry, and house cleaning. Toward the end of the week, an incident occurred that was so out of character for the Skaggs couple that Penny's sisters were shocked by it. Some of the women were doing laundry in preparation for leaving in the next day or two. Twin sisters Carolyn Pittenger and Marilyn Mukey were on the landing between two bedrooms when an argument ensued. Roger became very upset that Penny had not packed the towel in his suitcase that he wanted, Carolyn recalled. Penny packed for him most of the time, and had apparently failed to bring the towel. He became very upset and began to talk very loud. By his body language, you could tell he was mad. He continued to tell her he wanted that towel. He said she knew he wanted that towel. Why had she not packed it? Penny was trying to explain that circumstances arose. Marilyn was standing on one side and Carolyn on the other. But when Roger's verbal attack escalated, the twins, sensing he was at the point of striking Penny, instinctively stepped between them. If he were going to hit Penny, he would have to go through them. Roger immediately turned his anger on the younger sisters. He shouted that it was none of their business and warned them to keep out of it. Penny, aware that others could hear them, was clearly embarrassed by the scene. She insisted it was just a little misunderstanding and assured her siblings that everything was going to be fine. Then Penny and Roger went into the bedroom they were sharing. Although they closed the door, it was a loft with one side partially open to the downstairs living area, and their argument could easily be heard outside the room. Everyone else in the condo had stopped their activities and were listening in surprise at the rising anger in Roger's voice. The twins went to the door and waited anxiously outside as the fight worsened. Roger's voice was getting louder, stronger. Carolyn told her sister that she thought they should go in, but Marilyn was reluctant. Roger said it was none of our business, she argued. This is my condominium, said Carolyn, and I'll go any place I want to. With that, they burst into the room. Carolyn yelled at Roger that it was over, that it had gone far enough. By then, the twins' husbands had also come upstairs and appeared in the doorway. With that, the argument finally stopped. Roger visibly shook to get control of himself, but he backed down, said Carolyn. The atmosphere was frosty around the condominium for the rest of that day. The next day, Penny, Roger, and Sarah left and returned to Austin. The ugly incident left a lasting memory with Penny's sisters, and years later would be vividly recalled. Marilyn said she had never witnessed such a confrontation between Penny and Roger, although there had been a few minor spats in front of the family before. The sisters also agreed that they never saw them fight like that again. Shortly after the Colorado vacation, Roger bought his wife a Kawai baby grand piano. Penny was thrilled. The piano became the centerpiece of the den, drawing attention not only for its imposing profile, but also for its unusual color. Instead of the traditional satin or high-gloss ebony, this baby grand was finished in a canary yellow hue. For years, Penny had owned and played a standard upright, which she moved with her from Plano. Even though she had become an accomplished amateur pianist, she did not have a piano in her childhood home or during the early years of marriage when she and Roger changed job locations frequently. As a child, she had taken lessons on an organ and attained her musical mastery of the piano pretty much on her own. The beautiful new baby grand became her pride and joy, and her friends believed it was her most prized possession. Penny spent hundreds of hours practicing and cheerfully played for anyone who would sit still for a hymn or a tune. Chapter 5. She perceiveth that her merchandise is good. Her candle goeth not out by night. She layeth her hands to the spindle, and her hands hold the distaff. Proverbs chapter 31, verses 18 through 19. Not long after Sarah returned home from the girls' school, Roger and Penny Skaggs took a somewhat drastic step in an important area of their lives. They decided to leave the congregation of nearby Riverbend Church, where they had regularly worshipped for almost 10 years, and move to another congregation all the way across town. They joined the First Evangelical Free Church of Austin, with its sanctuary and classroom complex at Red River and 45th Streets in North Austin. Reverend Rob Harrell was the senior pastor of the church. It was not just a change of church fellowship, but also a change to a religious denomination with which neither Penny nor Roger had ever been affiliated. Roger had been raised a Methodist, and Penny in the traditional Baptist communion. The new church was associated with the Evangelical Free Church of America, formed in 1950 by the merger of two church bodies, the Swedish Evangelical Free Church and the Norwegian-Danish Evangelical Free Church Association. Unlike the tightly controlled Baptist denominational conferences, the Evangelical Church was a loosely knit affiliation of autonomous churches, which pretty much governed themselves and practiced the faith as they saw fit. These churches trace their histories to Scandinavian immigrant communities in America at the turn of the century. The Austin Church had been formed from original churches at the Decker and Elroy colonies, founded by Swedish settlers at about that time. However, when Penny and Roger joined the congregation, any ties to a specific nationality had long been severed, and the church served a broad general membership. The edifice of their new place of worship was far less grand than the one they had left. Riverbend Church conducted its main assemblies in a beautiful modern tabernacle-style building on a sprawling nature preserve, with views of the Colorado River and surrounding hill country. First Evangelical held its services in an aging traditional sanctuary in a somewhat run-down residential area of narrow streets and heavy traffic. The church, in the most densely populated neighborhood in Austin, had an eclectic congregation, ranging from a large group of elderly, long-time members to transient young students from the nearby University of Texas. Their friends did not know why Roger and Penny stopped attending Riverbend, though they were aware that Roger had often complained about the building committee constantly passing the collection plate for larger and larger contributions. The couple apparently did not make the move because of any major differences in church dogma or beliefs. The basic tenets of the evangelicals were similar to the fundamentalist beliefs held by the Southern Baptists, with whom the Skaggses were formally associated. Both denominations believe the Holy Bible to be the unerring and literal Word of God, and that God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit make up the divine Trinity. Both believe that man was created in the image of God, but fell into sin. Both believe that humankind can only be redeemed by faith in the atonement offered by Jesus and acceptance of Christ as Lord and Savior. Both believe in heaven and hell in the afterlife. Even though it has the word evangelical in its name, the First Evangelical Free Church is still considered one of the mainstream denominations of American Protestantism. The Austin Church defines the word evangelical as a commitment to the proclamation of the gospel and the authority of the Scriptures as being inerrant in the original autographs and the only safe and sufficient guide to faith and practice. One of the notable differences in the First Evangelical Free Church the Skaggses chose over their former Baptist affiliation is the concept of the independence of the local church. As the word free indicates, the local churches retain the right to follow their own consciences on major issues of the day, rather than adhering to the rigid dictates of a central organization or synod. As a result, the Austin Church had not been caught up in or divided by such controversies as acceptance of gay members, women in the ministry, pro-life versus pro-choice, or even the role of women in the workplace and the home. The First Evangelical Church practiced strict political neutrality. While encouraging voter registration and participation of its members in elections, the leadership did not advocate for one political party or another, as increasingly was the practice of the Southern Baptist leadership. First Evangelical readily accepted Penny's teachings on how to make a godly home and actively encouraged young women to attend her seminars. In contrast, her teachings had been barely tolerated at Riverbend, where some in the leadership considered her classes outside the structured program of the church. At their new church, Penny and Roger began teaching a Sunday school class for young adults and became heavily involved in the activities of the congregation and the social lives of its members. They were soon held in high regard by their fellow evangelicals, and Roger was asked to join the church's 10-man board of elders, the lay fathers of the congregation. Penny, as always, acquired a large circle of close female friends, and many younger women from the church and the university enrolled in her Christian wife seminars. It was during this period of transition that Roger's mother, Dorothy, was diagnosed with cancer. His father had passed away in 1982, leaving his mother a relatively young widow in her early 60s. Dorothy Skaggs had moved from Fort Worth to Austin in the late 1980s and taken an apartment to be closer to her oldest son, Roger. When she became ill, Roger insisted that his mother be brought into their home, presumably so Penny could administer her medicine and general care around the clock. After all, he argued, they had plenty of room for another person, with spare bedrooms and baths that were rarely used. Penny was adamantly opposed. It was one of the few times she was known to have defied her husband's decision on an issue of major importance to the family. Though she would rush off to care for an ailing relative in her own family, or even to help a sister pack for a move, Penny, in this instance, told one friend that she was simply not trained for, nor physically up to, the rigors of caring for a seriously ill elderly person. The incident apparently caused considerable and long-lasting friction in her marriage. Roger finally relented and placed his mother in an expensive nursing home in the nearby hills. Penny was perfectly willing to make frequent trips to the elder care center to visit Dorothy and personally saw to the delivery of a favorite rocking chair and shawl to make her more comfortable. After his mother passed away in April 1991, friends recalled that they saw Roger less frequently in the neighborhood or working in his yard. In casual encounters, he seemed cooler, more distant. One very close friend and neighbor noted that he did not seem as easygoing and outwardly friendly as he had always been before. The death of a close relative reminds others in the family of their own mortality, and it can often lead them to set their own metaphorical house in order. Following Dorothy Skaggs's death, and 31 years after her marriage to Roger, Penny asked her brother-in-law, Bill Pittenger, a Dallas attorney, to prepare a formal will for her. The official last will and testament of Lou Ann Skaggs left everything of value in her estate to her husband, Roger T. Skaggs. Although the section on property did mention jewelry, she gave no special instructions for some of her more personal items, which included her collections of porcelain dolls and figurines. Penny displayed most of the dolls, dressed in frilly Victorian fashions, in lighted glass cases that lined the upstairs hallways. The figurines she placed in nooks and crannies around the home as pleasant surprises for anyone browsing around the immaculately kept house. Likewise, the 11-page will left no clue as to Penny's personal preference for the kind of funeral she wanted, or instructions for her burial. It did provide one stipulation that some might find unusual, and which seemed to suggest that Penny was still not comfortable with Sarah's life choices. Not surprisingly, the document stated that, in the event her husband Roger did not survive her, daughter Sarah was to be the sole beneficiary of the estate. However, the inheritance was to be held in trust until Sarah reached the age of 45, with partial release of assets when she attained the ages of 25 and 35. One of Roger's younger brothers was named administrator of Sarah's trust. Travel broadens the mind, the old adage goes, and Roger and Penny traveled extensively throughout their marriage. Since leaving Tulsa as a 19-year-old bride, Penny had accompanied Roger, for pleasure as well as his job, around the United States and to a number of foreign countries. No doubt these extensive travels and long sojourns overseas did broaden Penny's horizons, even if the exotic cultures she encountered did not cause her to waver in her strongly held core beliefs. Her focus remained steadfastly on the concept of her fundamentalist Christian home. In Penny's teachings and annual family newsletters, she described the landscapes and topography of the places they visited. These trips took her outside the narrow confines of the home and local church pew to view the world, in particular nature's grandeur, as the handiwork of the Creator in whom she believed so fervently. In many of her letters and annual Christmas messages, she described the most impressive sights in biblical terms and drew inspiration from them. On a road trip through Holland, Germany, and Austria in the spring of 1992, Penny's focus seemed to be on the natural beauty of old Europe, rather than on any man-made landmarks or historical places. Penny, who loved flowers and tended plants and gardens in temperate Austin almost year-round, was most impressed by the magnificent displays of color created by the more than 7 million tulips at Holland's Kokenhof Park. She wrote of the colorful Dutch tulips, the scenic German countryside, and the majesty of the snow-capped Alps of Austria. These were the same types of sights, nature and landscapes, that she often wrote home about when she traveled around the States. There was no mention of the art museums or historic cathedrals that were the living memorials to Western civilization. On this spring motor trip, the Skaggses were accompanied by longtime friends Robert and Phyllis Culp. Culp had retired to Georgetown, just north of Austin, after years of heading the APS Financial Services operation. He said that the 2-week tour was trouble-free, and that Penny and Roger seemed like the perfect couple on a happy vacation. Roger and Penny had traveled widely on vacations, having visited Hong Kong, the Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia, France, and Belgium earlier in their marriage, in addition to the foreign countries where his work and military service took them. They would eventually visit every state in the Union as well. New family problems greeted Penny when she returned home from Europe. For one thing, Sarah had decided to leave the Lutheran University and continue her education at Austin Community College. Another decision Sarah made at that time brought Penny to the edge of distraction. Despite Penny's dedication to creating a perfect Christian home for her family and her daughter's 3 years of fundamentalist training at the church farm, Sarah had no desire to follow in her mother's footsteps. To express her frustration, Penny might well have turned from her oft-quoted Bible verses to a fitting lament from Shakespeare's King Lear. How sharper than a serpent's tooth it is to have a thankless child. Penny confided in one of her closest friends that she was at her wit's end when she learned her daughter was taking a job as a waitress at an Austin strip club and restaurant. To make matters worse, Sarah was dating one of the bartenders, Corey Munson. Penny was not consoled by the fact that the new boyfriend was also a fellow student who was working part-time there to pay his way through college. While Sarah's choice to leave the Christian atmosphere of the Lutheran University for the secular urban junior college was disappointing, the close friend said the daughter's choice of employment was emotionally devastating for Penny. She did everything she could to hide the fact from her other friends, fellow church members, and family. The place where Sarah waitressed was one of Austin's earliest and best-known gentlemen's clubs. It featured topless exotic dancers and adult comedy at a time when strip clubs were just beginning to garner negative public attention in the Texas capital. The strip clubs set off a raging controversy between the owners and customers on one side and the preachers and city fathers on the other. Some of the clubs installed giant screen TVs that featured all the major professional and collegiate athletic events and offered full-service restaurants as well. But opponents focused their wrath on the exotic dancing that, they claimed, was the main draw for the mostly male clientele. When these establishments first appeared on the scene, most Texas towns and small cities still did not permit hard liquor to be sold in bars and nightclubs. Anyone wanting a mixed drink had to brown bag it. Many of the new gentlemen's clubs circumvented the state's dry laws by using the same private organization exception that rich Texans had used for years to operate open bars in their exclusive country clubs. The local crusades to curtail this rapidly spreading new form of male entertainment were led by the churches, so Penny had plenty of good company in her objections to these establishments. Certainly to her, serving men alcohol in a club that featured exotic dancers was an unacceptable job for anyone, let alone her college-age daughter. Her reaction to Sarah's latest demonstration of independence was swift and final. Penny delivered an ultimatum: either find another job or move out of the house on Winter Park. Sarah opted for banishment and quickly found a place of her own. Her new apartment was in the Hyde Park area of North Austin, close to the college she now attended and the club where she worked. A furious mother did not help with the move. A more accepting father did. Roger quickly provided Sarah with financial assistance to make the transition, apparently hoping Penny would come to terms with the fact that their daughter was now a grown woman who would be making her own decisions in the future. In her newsletter, which Penny wrote and sent at each year's end to hundreds of friends, family, and former students, she did not mention her daughter's job and addressed the college choice tersely. Sarah is continuing her college studies and working on a degree in psychology. Concerning Roger's work, the newsletter mentioned that he made frequent trips to the East Coast and Seattle. The East Coast trips were mostly to New Haven, where Roger was firming up one of APS Systems' largest contracts with Yale University Medical Center. The newsletter also noted that Sarah's birth mother, Kathy, and half-sister, 2-year-old Kara, had come to Austin for a visit. What a joy and pleasure to expand our friendship with them, as well as show them around Austin, Penny wrote. The rest of Penny's year seemed to improve after an autumn trip with Roger to the Northwest. The combined business-vacation trip allowed time for them to tour Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming and Glacier National Park in Montana. The 50 slow-moving glaciers and 200 lakes in Glacier National Park did not seem to capture Penny's attention. But the geyser displays at Yellowstone drew rave reviews and provided the inspirational theme for her 1992 family newsletter. As usual, the newsletter featured a snapshot of Roger and Penny, which, that year, showed the couple standing in the upper geyser basin of the park. Penny was moved to draw an analogy between the reliability of Old Faithful and God's love. The phrase, "Great is thy faithfulness," from the Lamentations of Jeremiah, was the theme of her newsletter that year. Regardless of the trials that might beset a person, God's faithfulness would ultimately prevail. We were truly in awe of God's creative genius as we toured the big sky country of Montana and Wyoming, she wrote. Just as Old Faithful Geyser in Yellowstone continues to predictably spew forth steam and hot water year in and year out, we know, too, that God's loving kindness never ceases. His compassions never fail. They are new every morning. She reported in the newsletter that she conducted her seminars throughout 1992. God continues to bless the Bible study I teach to women, which is based on Proverbs chapter 31, being a godly woman, she wrote. Describing Roger's activities, the newsletter noted that, other than his job, he spent his time sailing on Lake Travis and hunting turkey and dove on the Coleman, Texas ranch. Chapter 6. She stretcheth out her hand to the poor, yea, she reacheth forth her hands to the needy. She is not afraid of the snow for her household, for all her household are clothed with scarlet. Proverbs chapter 31, verses 20 through 21. Work demands intensified for Roger as APS expanded its product lines and his own division grew rapidly, adding both new clients and new services for existing customers. In 1993, as president of APS Systems Incorporated, he negotiated a major strategic development and marketing alliance with American International Healthcare Incorporated. This new relationship will enable the two companies to offer a sophisticated medical practice management application combined with a powerful managed care system, he told business writers at a news conference announcing the consortium. The resulting product will be the industry's most comprehensive and complete. The partnership is very important because no single company in our industry has the expertise necessary to respond to today's challenging requirements. Indeed, the systems that Roger had created and marketed through APS were groundbreaking for the healthcare industry, which was facing critical problems of spiraling costs on all fronts, particularly in the area of medical liability insurance. The parent company, APS Group, was having a record-breaking year as a whole, with a greater than 60% increase in revenues in 1995. APS Group had also expanded its operations from its Austin headquarters and opened major new offices in San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, and Little Rock, Arkansas. In addition, The company was undertaking international operations in Mexico. The company's stock was soaring. Base salaries for executives at APS were generally at the low end of the scale for similar jobs in the area. However, they compared favorably with Austin's average family income and were higher than professional salaries in state government and the universities. As is the practice in most of the corporate world, the top APS executives did enjoy extra income potential through bonus incentives established by the board for reaching certain benchmarks, and could also receive stock options. According to the company's annual report in 1995, when he was president of APS Systems, Roger was paid a salary of $105,333 and bonuses amounting to about $46,000. The report stated the income was paid to him as a vice president of the parent company and showed no additional income for being president of the subsidiary. However, Austin's low cost of living and well-priced upscale housing meant that Roger's income could provide a more than comfortable lifestyle for his family. As a senior executive of a rapidly growing organization, he was expected to be available to the company 24/7. His job increasingly demanded travel, and when he was in town, his hours at the office stretched into every evening and some weekends. Penny, who had anticipated traveling with Roger more often now that their daughter was grown, was disappointed that she was actually invited on fewer trips than they had shared earlier in his career. She complained to friends, only half in jest, that she had created the perfect home for a husband, and now there was no husband around to enjoy it. Penny's sisters had all married and moved to various suburbs around Dallas, so she was not too far from them. Her aging parents had moved to Richardson, Texas, to be closer to their younger daughters. In February, Penny received an urgent call to drive immediately to Dallas, where her father had been hospitalized with a minor stroke. She rushed to his bedside and made frequent trips back to the Dallas area over the next few months to help her sisters and mother take care of her father during his convalescence. In July, Penny was invited to accompany Roger on one of the now rare business trips she took with him. The trip to the nation's capital included a reunion with an old friend and her family. Dow, too, who had worked with Roger in his civilian job in Vietnam during the war in the early 1970s, had finally been able to secure an exit visa and leave Saigon, by then renamed Hanoi City, the year before. The Vietnamese family had settled in Washington, D.C. Penny continued teaching her seminars, and Roger remained actively involved in volunteer leadership at the First Evangelical Free Church. In spite of his busy schedule, Roger found time to teach a men's Bible study course at the church on Monday evenings. The title of his course was The Measure of a Man. Penny wrote in the family newsletter that Roger was teaching a course on being a godly man in today's hectic world. She said his class was the male version of her seminar on teaching women to be godly wives. In her newsletter that year, she provided her interpretation of a cautionary warning from the Bible. Be careful how you walk, live, not as unwise, witless men and women, but as wise people, making the most of your time and every opportunity, because the days are evil. Ephesians chapter 5, verse 15. If she had any foreboding of darkness ahead, it was premature. The waning days of summer 1993 saw improved relationships within the Skaggs family. In late summer, Sarah told a greatly relieved mother that she was getting married. Penny considered sex outside of marriage as living in sin. Now she could proudly report that Sarah and Corey Munson, the bartender boyfriend and working college student, were betrothed. She wrote in her newsletter, the couple will make their home in Austin while working and continuing their undergraduate studies. Again, she did not mention that they were still employed at the strip club she found so objectionable. The engagement was announced on August 25th, Sarah's 21st birthday. After excitedly planning for a May 1994 wedding, the pleased parents invited the engaged couple to go on vacation with them. The four went first to New York City to visit the sights, and then on to spend some time in Yorktown Heights, north of the city, where Sarah had lived with her parents for the first 2 years of her life. That Thanksgiving, Penny and Roger drove to the Dallas area to spend the holiday with her family. Their visit was unexpectedly prolonged by a sudden ice storm that marooned everybody for an extra 2 days. Dallas's ice storms are unlike any other weather phenomenon in that they literally paralyze the entire metroplex. Streets, bridges, and overpasses are coated with a thin, treacherous glaze called black ice, which defies movement by any type of vehicle. Since these storms are rarely accompanied by snow, not even tire chains will help maneuver the slick streets and freeways. The family watched the Dallas Cowboys try to play a Thanksgiving Day football game, but sleet pelted the field through the open roof of Texas Stadium. The sisters' traditional turkey dinner with all the trimmings was delayed until the thaw that weekend. The holiday gatherings the following month came off much better. Penny wrote that the Skaggs' celebrated Christmas twice. The first was with Roger's brothers and their families in Austin on December 12th. After an exchange of gifts, the Skaggs boys and their wives and children enjoyed a fajita dinner at a posh downtown hotel restaurant, followed by dessert back at Winter Park Road. Penny baked 3 varieties of pecan pie. Roger and Penny loaded up their van with gifts for a second Christmas with her relatives in the Dallas area. Sarah and Corey joined them for the festivities, sharing their time with his family at nearby Grapevine. Penny described these holiday visits as the most enjoyable times together. For Christmas, Penny gave Roger an expensive flight simulator, which could be operated on his desktop computer in his home office. Earlier in the year, Roger had informed her of his intention to learn to fly. He wanted to take private pilot training and buy his own small plane. She was adamantly against the idea and told a friend that she thought he would be just as happy playing with a flight simulator in the safety of his own home. She would soon discover she was wrong. Roger was dead set on flying the real thing. Roger thinks he has wings, she joked in her newsletter, but he doesn't. She did acknowledge that he was going to take lessons and added, "They will mount with wings like the eagles." Isaiah chapter 40, verse 12. Roger had been called an eagle before as one of Ross Perot's young high flyers almost 20 years earlier, and the metaphorical image of the eagle would soon reappear to haunt the Skaggs family in an unexpected way. The newsletter concluded, as usual, with a religious thought. With grateful hearts, we look back over 1993 and thank God for all our friends, the opportunities to travel, for our health, and being able to serve a risen Lord. We look forward to 1994, to teaching opportunities, the May wedding, and the possibility of seeing as many of you as God will allow. The following year, Penny's newsletter was somewhat cryptic and far less informative. The brief note, along with the usual seasonal greetings and biblical quotation, said in its entirety, 1994 was such a busy year. Roger did achieve his lifelong goal and now has a private pilot's license. Penny taught 150 women this year how to be more like the godly women of Proverbs 31. Sarah is working for a computer repair company and going to school part-time. Friends, who were used to receiving the long, detailed accounts of their activities, sensed something might be wrong at the Skaggs home. If Penny had considered 1993 a banner year for her family, 1994 could only be described as a bummer. Roger completed pilot training and was licensed to fly a single-engine light aircraft. His newly earned wings seemed like a license of freedom for a pent-up bird, and several neighbors who had been friends in the past noticed a change in his demeanor. Apparently, for Roger, who had been a desk jockey in the Air Force and most likely verbally abused by hotshot pilots, getting the pilot's license was important. Despite her misgivings, Penny threw a party at their home in honor of her husband's accomplishment. Neighbors and a few friends from the office were invited. Penny placed chairs for the partygoers in a circle around the den, similar to the furniture arrangement for one of her seminars. Roger presided over his own party. One neighbor, retired Colonel George Whaling, former commander of the Bergstrom Air Force Base located on the outskirts of Austin, found the event somewhat peculiar. Rogers said, "Now, everybody tell a little experience pertaining to me getting my pilot's license," Colonel Whaling later told a reporter at the Austin Chronicle. When Whaling and another neighbor left, after spending just a brief time with the celebrants, the men were shaking their heads in disbelief. "Can you believe that guy?" Whaling asked. Both men were stunned by Rogers' unabashedly egotistical performance at the party. Penny ultimately accepted Rogers' decision to fly, and even took some short flights with him at the controls. His next plan was to buy his own plane. He justified the purchase by saying he could fly himself to some of the closer cities where he had to travel for business. With that, Penny put her foot down. She demanded that her husband make a list of all the family's assets, including insurance, stocks, and bank accounts. She told him that if he planned to kill himself with this flying foolishness, then she wanted to know just what she would have to live on for the rest of her life. If Penny was upset by what she considered Rogers' midlife crisis — he turned 55 that summer — she was devastated by the next family upheaval she faced. Sarah and Corey Munson were married, as scheduled, in a formal church ceremony at Park City's Baptist Church in Dallas on May 19, 1994. An expensive reception for friends and families at the Embassy Suites at Love Field followed the ceremonies. Sarah's half-sister, Kara, flew in from Kansas to be her flower girl, and 5 friends served as attendants. To Penny, marriage was the most important milestone in a woman's life. Sarah's wedding was even more significant because of the different lifestyles mother and daughter had chosen in the past. Now Sarah was safely married in a traditional religious ceremony in a Baptist church. Unfortunately, the joy that day brought was to be surprisingly short-lived. While the wedding in May was one of the happiest events of Penny's life, the couple's separation the following month was the saddest and angriest. After a particularly heated argument between the newlyweds, Sarah called her father, who, with a neighbor, came to remove her belongings from the couple's apartment. When Sarah left Austin for Florida, Penny told a friend that her daughter would never be allowed back in her home. "When I got divorced, my dad was there for me a lot more than my mom was," Sarah recalled in an interview with Austin reporter Katie Van Scoy. "My mom was really angry at me for spending all of the money on the recent wedding. And my dad was pretty supportive of me. He would never yell at me. He would always just get that disappointed look in his eye. After I got divorced, my mom was so angry that she could barely stand to talk to me," she said. "My dad would call and take me to lunch and help me whenever I needed help." A close friend of Penny's, who had tried to discuss divorce with her on several occasions, felt that Penny's highly emotional reaction to her daughter's divorce was rooted in much more serious concerns than the amount of money spent on a fancy wedding. Penny was absolutely adamant that marriage was a holy covenant between Jesus and the couple. It could never be canceled by a piece of legal paper or a judge, the longtime friend noted. She literally believed that Eve was made by God from the rib of Adam, and that marriage was the rejoining of the two in one body. It was a permanent physical state, not just an earthly contract. This friend had tried several times to bring up the possibility that Roger may be angling for divorce after he began trying to coax Penny into putting their spacious house on Winter Park Road on the market. After Sarah left home, Roger complained that the Eanes' school taxes were too high and that they should sell their place and move to a smaller house in one of the new developments on the northwest side of town. They actually did list the house with a realtor 2 or 3 times, the friend recalled. When it didn't sell by the end of the real estate contract, Penny told everyone, "See, it's God's will that I have this house." As for her daughter's divorce, it hit Penny harder than it would have in many families because it challenged the very foundation of the godly home she had carefully nurtured over the years. Not only was she the teacher, but also a living example of what the godly wife should be in the Christian family. Arthur and Diana Coleman had numerous conversations with Penny about the subject. They knew how devastating this divorce in her immediate family was for her. Marriage was the pillar of everything she stood for and professed. For her own marriage, divorce was unthinkable. Penny lived what she taught, said Diana, when asked if Penny would ever have agreed to a divorce from Roger. Divorce went against everything she believed in. Her ministry would have been over. Another neighbor said, in addition to her religious convictions, there were also more down-to-earth reasons why the idea of divorce alarmed Penny. She had seldom worked outside the home and had no job or professional training to support her comfortable lifestyle. Roger also had to be aware that a divorce would cost him dearly, said the friend. Under Texas community property laws, he would have been required to give up at least half his financial wealth, including real property and company holdings. Just as important, Roger's public and professional image were linked to his status as the head of a Christian home. A messy divorce could have cost him his position as a church elder and the personal credentials as a community and family man that were so vital to his career and every other facet of his success. Chapter 7. She maketh herself coverings of tapestry. Her clothing is silk and purple. Her husband is known in the gates when he sitteth among the elders of the land. Proverbs chapter 31, verses 22 through 23. By early 1995, Roger Skaggs's lifestyle had undergone a marked change. The once reserved and somewhat reticent executive and church elder had gradually become, over the past couple of years, more flamboyant in dress and gregarious in conduct. He still worked hard at building the business of his division, perhaps harder than ever, with a travel schedule that had him crisscrossing the nation every month, and he still attended to his church duties on a weekly basis. But he had added a broad assortment of grown-up toys and games to his busy schedule. When weather permitted, he regularly sailed on the Highland Lakes with peers and employees from his office, and he hunted quail, dove, and turkey in season. Moreover, much to Penny's horror, the 55-year-old church elder developed an interest in motorcycles, and not just any motorcycles, full-sized road hogs. Roger later conceded that his new interests outside the routines of work, church, and home could have been partially motivated by midlife crisis, but he also had a more practical explanation. I finally found myself in a place in life where I had the money and time to do some of the things I had always wanted to do, he recalled. He had earlier taken sailing lessons and become an enthusiastic recreational sailor. Now he had extended that interest to flying. I found the freedom to sail, powered by the wind, surrounded by attractive people enjoying themselves, to be quite exhilarating. I then learned to fly and bought a small plane. Both these activities appealed to my daughter, and as she participated with me, we became closer, he said. Unfortunately, my wife was afraid of both sailing and flying. She preferred arts, crafts, and church work. Our hobbies pulled us in different directions. We were both happy in our hobbies, but she resented my time with other people, sailing and flying. Even then, Roger said Penny participated, to some extent, from time to time. Penny had fretted to friends that Roger might be ill because he had lost a lot of weight. But he easily passed a stringent pilot's physical examination that was required before his licenses were issued by the Federal Aviation Administration. Roger did seem to be suddenly taking numerous chances with life and limb. He expressed an interest in fast cars and even racing. Earlier, he had traded in his Lincoln for a powerful Lexus SC Series sports car. At the same time, to placate the more practical-minded Penny, he bought her a Ford Aerospace minivan. The van was perfect for hauling the household supplies and groceries, loading up her arts and crafts, and taxiing her disciples to and from church events. Over the years, their automobiles had usually been Lincoln Continentals, one for each of them. Out of frugality, not necessity, the couple had purchased clean, used cars. But this time, Roger bought the van and the Lexus, brand shiny new, right off the showroom floor. As much as Roger loved that fast sports car, business demands ultimately forced him to give it up for a vehicle more suitable for escorting visiting clients around Austin. He traded it in for a white Ford Taurus sedan. He added the crown jewel to his collection of playthings when he purchased his own private airplane in 1993. Penny had stopped protesting and finally, if reluctantly, accepted that she was not going to keep him out of the air. She even accompanied him on trips to South Carolina, Memphis, and Arkansas to shop for a small aircraft they thought they could afford. He settled on an old but well-maintained single-engine low-wing monoplane called the Coupe. The small plane got its name, Coupe, partially because it could seat only the pilot and one passenger. The two occupants sat in a bubble-domed cockpit with splendid visibility. Roger found the unusual aircraft for sale by an individual owner in Phoenix, Arizona, through a classified ad. While Penny still expressed fears for Roger's flying safety, and once broke down in tears of anguish while telling a friend of her concern that her husband was going to die in a plane crash, she did occasionally go up in the Coupe with him at the controls. She didn't enjoy flying as much as I did, said Roger, but she flew the Coupe with me many times. Early in 1995, she accompanied him to a muster of private pilots at an air show in Kalispell, Montana, though they flew on a commercial airline to that event. But Penny never came around to fully supporting his new flying habit. The fact was, his numerous other pastimes were also becoming a source of irritation in their heretofore blissful home. One of her intimate friends said Penny became upset about almost everything Roger did outside the straight line of his work or the church, and described her suffering long sulks over his small game hunting, sailing, motorcycling, and flying. All these activities not only presented some degree of danger, but also took Roger away from home during the small amount of leisure time he had. Since Penny did not enjoy these pastimes, she was increasingly excluded from some of the socializing they involved. At one point, Penny complained that Roger had stopped asking her to join his friends from the office on late afternoon sailboat outings. She now said she would like to be asked more often. As much as Penny feared his flying, Roger loved his new plane. He based it at a small air park at Lockhart, a 45-minute drive from home. Sometimes Roger drove down to Lockhart just to putter around the little aluminum-skinned aircraft. He was frequently seen at the hangar polishing the 21-foot-long fuselage or the 30-foot wings. Though the plane was old, the last of the Coupe models came off the assembly line in 1970, it was in good working order. Roger was gradually restoring its appearance back to mint condition. The manager of the air park, Barney Lowe, recalled seeing him cleaning the plane on many occasions when he did not even take it up for a flight. Lowe said Roger always wore skin-tight rubber gloves to keep the oils and solvents off his hands. The gloves became somewhat of a joke around the airfield, with raw-boned old pilots kidding that Roger looked like a surgeon working on his little plane. Some of the other pilots at the Lockhart airfield did not think the novice flyer was a particularly skilled pilot, but neither was he considered reckless. Certainly, they could not fault him on the careful maintenance of his aircraft. He was almost obsessive about caring for the plane and performed maintenance on it after every flight. The Coupe was considered one of the safest private planes ever built for the amateur pilot. It was once described by the Civil Aeronautics Administration as characteristically incapable of spinning. The plane was ideal for recreational weekend flyers, with a top airspeed of about 125 miles an hour and an 11,000-foot ceiling. One of its best features was that the cockpit could be fully opened, making it ideal for aerial photography. Roger, like Penny, was already a fairly adept recreational photographer when he took up aerial photography. Now he would buzz low over central Texas, shooting pictures from the pilot seat of his own plane. Roger's toy collection did not go unnoticed by Penny's sisters. Sharon Fox felt that Penny had to forego simple household conveniences to accommodate her husband's costly hobbies. While Roger had lovely, expensive toys, Penny used a washer and dryer that were so old they vibrated away from the wall in the laundry room, Sharon said. He did not give her a full share. After the sister bitterly complained to Roger about his stinginess, he purchased a new washer and dryer for Penny. During this period, Roger found yet another way to spice up his life and live dangerously. Texas Chili Parlor is a dilapidated hole-in-the-wall cafe with an Austin attitude and a reputation for serving the best bowl of chili in Texas. The little restaurant at 1409 Lavaca Street is almost in the shadows of the great dome of the Texas Capitol building. Given its culinary fame, when state senators and representatives convene every 2 years, the place is packed every day for months by a crowd of self-appointed Tex-Mex connoisseurs. It is also a favorite eatery for students and professors from the nearby university, as well as judges, lawyers, city officials, and clerks from the courts and government buildings. The menu features, at very reasonable prices, such Tex-Mex favorites as the House Special, Triple X for triple hot chili, ranchero beef with cheese enchiladas, and beef or chicken fajita dinner for two, with Mexican rice and refried beans. Like any famous eatery that draws a distinguished clientele, Texas Chili Parlor had acquired its own odd collection of folklore. For example, although Lee Harvey Oswald never ate at the place, his daughter, incognito until the end of her employment, paid her way through the University of Texas, waiting tables there. Austin American Statesman columnist Michael Corcoran, who knows a little bit about everybody who's anybody in Austin, has for years chronicled the appearance of the rich and famous who brave the establishment's outwardly seedy facade for the zesty cuisine. Roger Skaggs would eventually join the list of former habitués, but it was not until years later that he became well known enough to make Corcoran's newspaper column Austin Inside and Out. Even though the cafe was miles away from his office, and too long a drive in noon traffic to be a lunch choice for APS employees, Roger became a regular weekday patron. He was primarily noticed by the waiters and waitresses because of the young, statuesque red head on his arm when he began frequenting the cafe in the spring of 1995. The couple always went for the privacy of a back booth. "Right off, we figured it for a mistress and rich sugar daddy deal," said a bartender named Ron. "She was just too young and good-looking to be anything else with that guy. He was almost spooky. We called him the X-Man because of his wrinkled forehead and how he acted." It was the way Roger treated the girl that cemented the couple in the employees' memories. Only years later did the cafe staff discover Roger's identity, and they never did know the name of X-Man's girlfriend. "I couldn't get my dog to obey me as much as this one," said Tammy, who had waitressed at the Chili Parlor for 14 years. "I've seen a lot of important guys, politicians and entertainers, in here with their honeys, and nothing like that. He ordered everything for her. She wouldn't even order tea without his okay. If he said no, she wouldn't have the bun on her hamburger." If Roger's image makeover as a sports car racing enthusiast, motorcyclist, and pilot had surprised his employees and business associates, rumors of an affair with a young woman close to his daughter's age shocked them into silence, a silence they maintained with his friends, neighbors, fellow church members, and most of all, his wife Penny. The affair apparently began in March 1995, and it was not long before the usual water-cooler gossip was whispered around the offices. The rumor was that Roger had become involved with someone in the company. Some employees noticed unusually lavish flowers being delivered, arrangements that seemed to go beyond the routine reward for a job well done. The subject of the rumors was a 28-year-old assistant in the accounting section of APS Group, the corporate headquarters operation. The young woman who was soon identified as Roger's secret lover was Vanessa Ferguson. Although she was almost 30 years Roger's junior, he was not technically her immediate supervisor. Vanessa would later say that Roger did not approach her about having an affair. He made it a clear prerequisite that he wanted his life to remain unchanged, she said. He just wanted to add sex. I was living with someone at the time as well. He loved his wife and daughter and didn't want that disturbed. But keeping the affair from his daughter was not in the cards. Sarah soon figured out that her father was involved with another woman. She ran into Roger and Vanessa at Austin restaurants on more than one occasion. Having become serious about pursuing her college education, Sarah was working toward a degree in criminal psychology, which she eventually achieved. She had left the waitressing job and was employed as a dispatcher at a large computer repair company in North Austin. She had moved to a condominium complex to be closer to work in the Austin Community College North Campus. Her new duplex apartment was located in a far North Austin area where dozens of upscale, multi-family rental properties had been built for employees of nearby computer hardware manufacturing plants. Austin's computer industry was rapidly expanding to new areas north of the city. The vast apartment and condominium complexes offered luxury housing at affordable rates for the mobile young people flocking to the industry. Since few of these career climbers stayed in one place long enough to know their neighbors, the sprawling complexes also offered a high degree of anonymity. Once Roger was confronted and had confirmed Sarah's suspicions about the affair, the father apparently took advantage of his daughter's living arrangements to accommodate his own need for his secret rendezvous. Sarah later insisted she never abetted her father's affair, but after all his support for her during her difficult teen and young adult years, she may have felt she was in no position to turn down a request for a favor in return. Asking his daughter for the occasional use of her apartment was just one of the more blatant chances Roger was willing to take to further his clandestine dalliance. He was eventually caught in this one by employees from his own office. In midsummer 1995, Roger continued his uncharacteristic behavior when he announced he was planning to grow a beard. At that time, in the conservative corporate environment of Texas, the look was clean-shaven. The dress code called for suit and tie year-round. It was before the era of Dockers and sports shirts, and even before the introduction of casual Fridays. Roger decided to defy the rules and grow full facial hair. Soon, a salt and pepper beard took growth, much to the chagrin of Penny, if not his fellow execs at APS. Roger brushed off his wife's complaints with the excuse that he was growing the beard to enter the company's annual Halloween costume contest. He said he was going to the party as a Hells Angels biker. Neighbor and friend Diana Coleman said the beard upset Penny because she thought it represented more than just a temporary gag for a company party. When she spoke of the beard, she had tears in her eyes, Coleman recalled. He had been growing it for several months. One day I saw him across the street. I had not seen him or talked to him since the beard had become so obvious. I called to him and said, "Hey, Roger, what's that on your face?" He came running across the street, and he rubbed his beard against my face and said, "Don't you just love it?" I said, "No, I don't. You look like a grub. Go home and shave that off." He ran back across the street laughing and shouted over his shoulder, "You sound just like Penny." Penny was very upset about the beard. Apparently, Roger had told his wife that the beard impressed the women at the office. The women at the office loved it and thought it made him look very handsome. Coleman said she had learned from a weeping Penny. Roger went to the company Halloween party as a biker, sporting beard and bandana, sleeveless t-shirt, dirty, torn jeans, and motorcycle boots. He had also purchased a leather motorcycle jacket with a red, white, and blue emblem of an eagle in full wing spread on the back. Roger did, in fact, win a prize for his costume. Penny attended the party with him, though not in costume, and she put up a good front. Despite her strong objections to the beard and motorcycle gang symbolism, she appeared in photos of the event, smiling broadly. A month before the party, Penny had been stricken with a serious illness that forced her to cancel all her seminars and most of her other church activities for the rest of the year. A persistent, nagging cold had worsened until she was finally forced to take to bed. Diana Coleman discovered her immobile, when she went across the street to deliver a quart of chicken soup she had made to help speed her recovery. Diana had to let herself in with a house key. The neighbors exchanged keys and checked on each other's homes during absences. Roger was out of town. Several of Penny's friends were so concerned about her condition that they set up a rotating vigil at her bedside. She had refused to go to the hospital. Roger returned to Austin at the end of the week, but went directly to his office without coming home to check on his wife. Penny had told him by phone that she was very sick. His not coming by the house when he returned made her feel very rejected, a friend recalled. Diana Coleman came back to sit with Penny later that day. She was crying, Diana said. She told me Roger didn't love her, didn't care about her anymore. I told her that was nonsense. A little later, I was in the kitchen getting her something when Roger came in. Penny's breathing became so labored that she was finally forced to see a doctor. Robert Groves, an internist in partnership with Penny's regular physician, found that she was seriously ill with fluid in both lungs. She still refused to be hospitalized, so he put her on an extra-heavy regime of antibiotics. When he saw her again a week later, her condition had worsened. On October 9th, she was forced to go to the emergency room at Seton Medical Center, where a pulmonary specialist was added to the team of professionals consulting on her case. Blood tests showed she had a serious systemic infection, in addition to double pneumonia. Roger continued his business travels while she was ill, but even with no one there to care for her, Penny insisted on being at home. Finally, her condition deteriorated so much that she had to call for help for the first time in her life. Penny called me and she was crying, recalled Sharon Fox, her oldest sister, but still her junior by almost 5 years. I was quite surprised by the emotion and distress in her voice. She was very upset, like I had never heard her before. She said she needed help and that Roger was not going to be there to help her. Sharon flew to Austin on a Saturday, and Roger picked her up at the airport. He had a beard, and we talked about it, she recalled. He asked me if I wanted to touch it, and I said no. He dropped me off and said he was going on to the office. Sharon found Penny propped up in bed, looking very pale and having considerable trouble breathing. By then, a visiting nurse was coming to the house daily to administer her medications. She was always thin. She always watched her figure and ate very sparingly, Sharon said. But we were concerned that she had lost too much weight. Roger left on a business trip the next day, Sunday. This made Penny more upset. On Monday, she was gasping for air, and her sister called 911. The emergency team on the responding ambulance found that she was dangerously short on oxygen. Sharon paged Roger to tell him that Penny had been rushed to the hospital, then stayed with her until she was discharged on Friday. Roger came back from his trip on Wednesday and visited his wife in the hospital for 2 hours before leaving for work. Earlier in the week, a woman who worked for Roger had risked her future with the company by almost demanding that he return to his wife's bedside. Patty Adams, interim marketing and sales director of APS Systems, had accompanied her boss on the trip to Atlanta for major contract negotiations. On the way there, Roger mentioned that Penny was ill, but assured his coworker it was not serious. By this time, of course, Penny had already been hospitalized and was in intensive care. Later, on the first day of the contract talks, Adams checked in with the home office. A secretary told her that Roger's wife was in critical condition at Seton and might not even survive her illness. Alarmed, the 32-year-old subordinate boldly confronted her boss, who virtually held her job destiny in his hands. When Roger told her he had not decided whether to cut his participation in the negotiations short and fly to his wife's bedside, the young woman angrily scolded him. "I really can't believe you aren't going home," she recalled saying during the tense exchange. "If my husband was in the emergency room, I'd never leave him." Adams said that it took a call from daughter Sarah to get Roger to finally leave the business meeting. As he left for the airport, he snapped at Adams. "She's going to Dallas to recover when she gets out of the hospital. I don't have time to take care of her." I was shocked, Adams said. She said Roger did not really have to travel as much as before because APS Systems had added 4 new sales and marketing specialists during the last part of 1995. But he was changing, she said. In the months after he started growing a beard, there was a change. The acting sales and marketing director even asked him to shave at one point because they were going to make a major presentation on a potential multi-million-dollar contract with a new client. He looked really scraggly, but said he didn't want to shave the beard off, Adams said. APS Systems did not get the new business, but Adams didn't say whether anyone thought it was because of Roger's unprofessional appearance. When Penny was discharged from the hospital, her sisters agreed she could not care for herself at home. I told Roger of our concern, said Sharon. In my presence, he told Penny, I don't want you coming home until you can take care of me in the normal way. Sharon drove her back to Dallas, where Penny stayed with her sisters for 2 weeks while she recuperated. At the end of that period, Roger flew to Dallas and drove his wife back to Austin. While she was convalescing, Penny sent a note to her friend Elizabeth Trower, thanking her for having the Seton Hospital chaplain visit her each day. Trower had notified the chaplain that her friend probably needed some spiritual hand-holding. Thanks so much for having the Seton chaplain come visit and pray for me, Penny wrote. She is so sweet and kind, a real servant of the Lord. About a month later, Penny's extended family took a Caribbean cruise to the tropics, paid for by her elderly parents as a holiday gift. The sisters, their husbands, and the children accompanied their parents on the voyage. The cruise ship Royal Princess sailed from San Juan, Puerto Rico, the week before Thanksgiving, with stops in Barbados, Martinique, St. Croix, and St. Thomas. The 4 sisters spent most of the trip together. When in port, they devoted their time to shopping, while Roger and Sarah went on snorkeling expeditions and sightseeing trips. It was a happy gathering of the large family, and Penny seemed rejuvenated by the experience. The family got together again in Dallas for their traditional Christmas festivities, visiting each of the sisters' homes and exchanging gifts. Roger accompanied Penny, and, according to the sisters, everything seemed to be going well with the couple. Penny's 1995 newsletter featured a photograph of her and Roger dressed in formal attire, beaming happily for the camera. She mentioned his hunting trips and chattered gaily about how Roger loved flying his plane around Central Texas, taking family, friends, and co-workers up for rides. She gently chided that the only time she saw him was when the weather doesn't cooperate and keeps him grounded. She wrote, his work schedule is heavy, with travel from coast to coast. She talked about the Christian seminar she had taught early in the year and lamented that her illness had curtailed those activities for the rest of 95. I have fully recovered and will begin teaching again in late January, she wrote. She said her illness had also prevented her from taking all but a few business trips with Roger. She wrote at length about the family cruise to the Caribbean and joked that it was great having Thanksgiving on a cruise ship because the food was good and no dishes to wash. 2 paragraphs reported on Sarah's progress. One was devoted to her daughter's new job as a logistics and distribution coordinator for a computer company, and her continuing studies in psychology. The second was about Sarah's new duplex apartment in North Austin, which gave Sarah much more space and a little yard for her half-dozen cats and a darling little bunny. Penny wrote that Sarah was very busy, so we tried to schedule lunches once a week in order to keep up with one another. At the bottom of the letter, both Penny and Roger's names were signed in Penny's handwriting. Later, some friends would note that, in previous years, Roger had always put his personal signature on the annual message. The card wished all a most blessed Christmas and expressed the hope of seeing many of you in 1996. Chapter 8. She maketh fine linen, and selleth it, and delivereth girdles unto the merchant. Strength and honor are her clothing, and she shall rejoice in time to come. Proverbs chapter 31, verses 24 through 25. Penny Skaggs's cheerful, upbeat personality seemed to return as 1996 began. She had fully recuperated from her lengthy illness the previous winter and was excited about resuming her ministry. According to the positive outlook reflected in the year-end newsletter, her family was flourishing and prospects were bright. But in the real world, there is often a fine line separating an optimist from a Pollyanna. As was characteristic for Penny, she seemed to be ignoring or denying some of the more unpleasant realities that were becoming apparent to others in her life. For example, her positive approach to the new year was not dampened by an incident at the Coleman's house that occurred shortly before Christmas. On December 19, 1995, she and Roger had been invited for after-dinner refreshments and the traditional exchange of gifts with old friends Diana and Arthur Coleman. The couples unwrapped presents and chatted over coffee and cake. The evening began on a high note. A home video shows a delighted Penny opening and admiring a decorative teapot. Roger also closely examined the ornate little pot. "How clever," he said. But the merriment waned as the evening wore on. Roger had become noticeably fidgety and began looking at his watch every few minutes. He said he had so much energy he didn't know what to do with himself. He thought he would run over to Barton Creek Mall for some last-minute shopping. The parking lot lights and department store signs were visible from the Coleman house. Diana looked out the window and reported that the lights were off and the mall appeared to be closed. Roger said he was going anyway, insisting that the stores stayed open late for the Christmas crowds. He said he had something to pick up at Steinmart. Diana called the store for him and was told they would be open for another 20 minutes. Roger left. Penny stayed a few minutes longer. She had turned pensive, Diana recalled. At one point, Penny mused, "I wonder where we'll all be this time next year." Diana and Arthur watched Penny walk across the street to her house to make sure she got safely inside. Sometime later that night, Penny called Diana. She was worried that Roger had not yet come home. The mall was only a few blocks from the neighborhood. The next day, Penny told her friend that it was after midnight before Roger returned. Coleman later confirmed that the stores in the mall had closed well before then. This incident, together with the other uncharacteristic behavior Diana had witnessed in Roger over the past year, was enough to make her suspect that her friend's husband was having an affair. For anyone except a habitué of the bars, the streets were pretty much rolled up at that hour on a weeknight. Austin was still a small enough place that a married man having an affair could hardly expect to keep it secret for long. Eventually, someone was going to see the lovers at one of their clandestine rendezvous. Predictably, that is what happened with Roger. Ednoa Harrell, who was managing the APS office properties, accidentally ran across him and Vanessa Ferguson during one noon meeting far from the office. Harrell had dropped her car off at a North Austin auto garage for repairs, and later discovered she had left some needed items in the vehicle. A coworker offered to drive her to the garage to retrieve the material. On their way back, they saw Roger pulling out of the Barton Creek Mall. Like almost everyone else in the office, they had by then heard the gossip that Roger was having an affair. They decided to follow him. They drove to the turnaround and tailed him in his white Taurus as he headed north on the Mopac Expressway at a fast clip, unaware that the women were behind him. "Curiosity got the best of us," said Harrell, who seemed somewhat embarrassed to admit what they had done. "We had heard rumors for a long time that he was having an affair and decided to see where he was going." Roger was on his cell phone most of the time. He was not behaving in a furtive manner and appeared to be focused solely on his phone call and his driving. He left the freeway at the Breaker Lane exit, drove into a complex of duplexes and condominiums, and stopped at one of them. The garage door went up, and he pulled the Taurus inside. Shortly afterward, a dark car pulled into the driveway. A young woman got out and greeted Roger. Ms. Harrell later found out that the woman was his daughter, Sarah. Then a tan Acura drove up and parked on the street. "I recognized it as Vanessa Ferguson's," Harrell said. Roger and Sarah walked toward Vanessa as she was getting out of the car. He hugged her and kissed her, Harold said. His daughter drove off, and Roger and Vanessa went into the duplex. Numerous other incidents at the office involving Roger and the young specialist from the finance department added to the gossip at the company for months. Talk of the affair became so pervasive around the office that Roger's fellow executives eventually heard about it. A no-nonsense senior secretary at APS finally complained that the fraternization between a high-ranking company officer and a much younger, lower-level employee was having a negative effect on morale. She went to the chief executive with her concerns. APS Group President Schifrin admitted that he did not act because there was no proof of an affair, and he simply did not believe it. He confirmed that the senior secretary had warned him directly about the dalliance. Schifrin recalled having one conversation with Roger about it. He told Roger he had heard a rumor and wanted him to put a stop to it. Roger assured him he would. "I don't think I believed it," said Schifrin, "so I never asked him if it was true." Roger's fellow employees were not the only ones with suspicions about an affair. Some of Penny's friends, and even some of her former students, were beginning to worry that the perfect marriage she taught by example, as well as by textbook, might not be that perfect after all. Talk circulated about her husband's seeming callousness during her recent illness. His increasingly frequent absences, for both business and leisure, raised some eyebrows too. Since Penny constantly had friends over for Bible study, to work on arts and crafts, or simply to visit, people noticed that Roger was rarely around the way he had been in the past. Longtime friend Mary Lowry, a registered nurse at St. David's Medical Center in Austin, openly expressed her concerns about the marriage to Penny. She had taken Penny's seminar in 1985 and continued to keep in touch. Everybody loved her, everybody. She was known by all the women in the area for her good reputation, Lowry recalled. She always tried to make the woman's role in the household an important one, but still something to be enjoyed. She did teach that the husband was the head of the house. She believes that the wife needed to love and respect the husband, but that the husband also had to be loving toward his wife. If the relationship was not loving, the wife had to make it loving. When Lowry met Penny for lunch in January 1996, the subject of Roger's infidelity came up. Another friend, Pat Muller, was also at the luncheon. They talked about their husbands and children. Penny said she had been sick and that her friends and sisters took care of her. "I asked where Roger was," Lowry recalled. Penny looked down and gave a little laugh. She acted embarrassed and said Roger was away more often. She mentioned his boat and plane and said he had more activities where he was away from her with other things to do. I asked her then if she was sure that there was not someone else involved. She quickly changed the subject. Penny was very private, and she never discussed things like that about her personal life. She acted like it upset her. Her whole biblical teaching was taking care of the people you love. Penny told the women that Roger had stopped asking her to go on trips with him. According to Lowry, Penny said her husband told her, "The work goes much better and faster without you." In early February 1996, Roger sold a large block of his stock in APS Group, amounting to almost half the shares he had earned in his 16 years with the company. It was reported that Roger sold over $200,000 worth of stock through a Florida brokerage firm. He still owned 27,000 shares of registered stock and a considerable portfolio of options to buy stock at earlier fixed prices. The company's 1995 annual report indicated that Skaggs had exercisable and unexercisable options valued at about $456,000 and $123,000, respectively. It is not clear if Penny approved the large stock sell-off or if she was even aware of the transaction. Obviously, Roger had been able to keep some secrets from his wife of 35 years. Whether Penny Skaggs knew or suspected that her husband was having an affair and chose to ignore the clues, or actually denied what was becoming more evident every day, is unknown. Many of the employees in Roger's office knew Penny and also knew about the affair. Several considered her a friend and admitted they had chosen not to tell her because they did not want to bring her pain. If someone from the office did call and tell her about it, she never shared that with her most intimate friends or her sisters. Nevertheless, something happened in the marriage that caused Penny to seek marital counseling for the first time in her 35-year marriage. She convinced Roger to go with her to a faith-based counseling service. It was outside their own church, and they apparently went without the knowledge of their pastor. Penny and Roger sought help at the Samaritan Center for Counseling and Pastoral Care, located at 5425A Burnett Road in Austin. Their counselor was a licensed Southern Baptist minister named John Cook. The Samaritan Center specializes in counseling in a spiritual context for individuals, couples, and entire families. It is a non-denominational professional service that uses spiritual and faith resources to help its patients. Several of the senior counselors are licensed ministers. Many of Samaritan's patients are referred to the center through their pastors, priests, or other members of the clergy, according to a statement made by the center. Counselors frequently will speak to their patients' religious advisors in an effort to help the patient with their difficulties. Because of the religious nature of the counseling offered by the center, its operators claimed complete confidentiality, including full legal privilege from disclosure of any information on its patients. With respect to the Skaggses, the center exercised that privilege, and nothing was ever revealed about the purpose or content of their sessions. Still, it is clear from the nature of the services offered and the timing of the visits that there was serious trouble in the couple's relationship, which required them to seek outside help. It can also be assumed that they wanted this counseling kept secret from their friends, family, and church. No one in their closest circles knew about it. The Skaggses apparently did not even inform their minister, Reverend Bob Harrell, or anyone else in the clergy at First Evangelical Free Church about the counseling. Though normally a private person, Penny was unable to hide her emotions as the problems in her marriage seemed to accelerate during the first week of March 1996. Two of her young devotees noticed her apparent agitation on a weekend religious retreat to the Hill Country. The women's retreat, coordinated by Penny's Sunday school class from the First Evangelical Free Church, was held from March 1st to March 3rd at Camp Balcones Springs. The camp was just outside Marble Falls, about an hour's drive west of Austin. The sprawling facility, which was one of the most popular summer youth camps in the Austin-San Antonio area, was situated on a beautiful wilderness bay on the shores of Lake Travis. The management rented space for adult retreats during the off-season. The camp featured air-conditioned cabins, sports facilities, an 8-acre private lake, hiking trails, and, most important for Penny, a well-furnished arts and crafts building. Described in promotional material as a small paradise nestled in the beautiful Texas Hill Country, it offered an ideal location for a weekend of spiritual renewal. That weekend, however, something seemed to prevent the group leader from taking full advantage of the Eden-like setting. Risa Pardue, who held up Penny as her mentor, had known the older woman since taking one of her earliest Austin seminars. Through church, they had maintained a close personal friendship over the years. She also knew Roger in his role as an elder of First Evangelical. Pardue and two other young devotees of Penny's teachings planned to drive out to the retreat with Penny in her minivan. On Friday afternoon, Risa and the other women met at the Skaggs house for the trip. Risa had worked closely with Penny on the Favors Committee, which made bookmarks, table decorations, and other small gifts bearing biblical messages to be given away during the retreat. They had been working on these arts and crafts over the past several weeks, usually in Penny's home. The inspirational speaker for the retreat was Ann Ortland, author of the self-help book Disciplines of a Beautiful Woman. Some of Penny's friends were surprised when she purchased an Ortland videotape on enhancing marital sex at the book table set up at the back of the conference room. When the retreat ended on Sunday afternoon, the young women who were riding back with Penny were in for another surprise. Shortly before the group left, Penny received a call on her cell phone that seemed to create a feeling of urgency on her part to quickly return to Austin. Normally, Penny was a very careful and defensive driver, but on that particular trip, her driving frightened her passengers. Her demeanor that day was calm and everything seemed perfectly normal, but on the drive back down from the hills, there were times when I was gripping the dashboard, recalled Risa Pardue. We were on a very hilly, winding farm road, and Penny was exceeding the speed limit. She was driving very fast. This was very unusual for Penny. During that car ride, she seemed to be pensive, deep in thought. Once she got to the city limits, she got out her cell phone and called Roger immediately. Another passenger, Karen Lemons, a young homemaker whose husband was in graduate school, vividly recalled Penny's unusual driving behavior on the return from the retreat. Karen was a member of Penny's Sunday school class and was also attending her latest Creative Counterpart seminar, which had last met on February 29th and was scheduled to be completed in April. Like Risa, Karen had left her car parked at Penny's house and rode up with her on Friday, March 1st for the retreat. On the trip up, Penny's driving was unremarkable, easily within the speed limit and safe. However, the return trip on March 3rd was anything but safe. It was such a frightening experience that the young woman made a note about it in her diary when she got home. Penny's driving was very jerky, said Karen. She took the corner so sharply on the narrow roads it made me sick. I don't ride well on trips anyway, but this trip made me ill. When they arrived at Penny's house, Karen collected her things from the van and went directly to her car without going into the house. Penny's friends and family members who had ridden with her for years could never remember her driving erratically or in an unsafe manner. She drove thousands of miles each year and was considered an extra cautious driver. It is not known who called her that Sunday afternoon, but the message she received made her extremely anxious to rush home. Chapter 9. She openeth her mouth with wisdom, and in her tongue is the law of kindness. She looketh well to the ways of her household, and eateth not of the bread of idleness. Her children rise up, and call her blessed, her husband also, and he praiseth her. Proverbs chapter 31, verses 26 through 28. Wednesday, March 6th, dawned clear and balmy over the hill country at 6:51 a.m. It was another of those glorious, warm winter days, so famous they draw large numbers of snowbirds from northern cities to second homes or retirement in the Austin area. Of course, those lucky enough to have second homes can escape back to somewhere else in July and August, when the triple-digit heat can last for weeks on end, and the humidity off the Gulf Coast makes even a short stroll feel like a session in a sauna. But it was about to turn cold. A northern front was rapidly sweeping across the Great Plains, propelling Arctic air toward the heart of Texas. Penny Skaggs seemed to have taken in stride the upset from the previous weekend, whatever its cause. She was in the midst of teaching a class of 22 women, one of the largest groups ever to have enrolled in the Creative Counterpart course, and spent the earlier part of the week preparing materials for the next session. It was scheduled for the following night, Thursday, at her home. The class was so large that, in previous weeks, some of the women had sat on the carpeted floor for the lectures. The couches and chairs were arranged in a semicircle facing the fireplace. At one point, the class broke into small groups of 4 or 5 for prayer sessions. One of these groups had to huddle on the floor beside the yellow piano, which also provided a large surface for inspirational tracts and books to be displayed for perusal during the refreshment break. Lately, Penny's husband had been even busier than usual, if that were possible. For days, Roger and his staff had been preparing a written report and presentation with business charts and graphs for the APS Board of Directors meeting, also scheduled for Thursday. It would be a busy day for both Penny and Roger, she with her large class to teach, and he with an important business meeting. This time, the news that Roger was going to present to the board about his subsidiary, APS Systems, was not all positive. The primary system that his division had sold so profitably to doctors' groups and hospitals for the past decade had gradually become obsolete. It would require an infusion of at least $5 million to upgrade and redesign the program to make it competitive again. Several board members had already indicated they did not want to put that kind of money into the project. They wanted new, innovative products instead. Roger was somewhat behind schedule in compiling the report because he had been on a business trip Monday and Tuesday. On Wednesday, he left the house at 7 a.m. to drive the short distance to his office. Though normally a 10-minute drive, at that hour of the morning the traffic on Capital of Texas Highway was slowed by commuters, and the jam-ups at exits could add considerable time to the trip. Penny, as ever, was up and about when Roger left. She always saw him off to work. It was a duty, according to her teaching, along with a mandate that the wife always cheerfully greet her husband's return home, no matter the hour. She had a special way of making their bed each morning while she was still in it. That chore would already be done when she rolled out for the day. She taught her pupils how to do the trick, along with many other little practical tips she offered up while addressing the greater issues of applying the rules of the Bible to the marital relationship. Penny was also interested in learning about a method for improving her arts and crafts. She had heard about a woman in a community north of Austin who was using a new technique to make rubber stamps for the reproduction of calligraphy and line art. She asked Risa Pardue, who shared her interest in calligraphy, if she would like to go with her to see the new crafts technique. At about 9 a.m. on March 6th, they met in the parking lot of a women's high-fashion specialty store at the Arboretum, an upscale shopping district in another new hill country suburban area. They drove in Penny's van to the in-home business, where they reviewed the rubber stamp techniques and the kits the woman sold. Afterward, Penny drove Risa back to the Arboretum to pick up her car. "We were sitting in her van in the parking lot talking," said Pardue. "It was close to noon. Penny pulled out her cell phone and left Roger a message. 'I'm waiting for your call. Call me back.' She wanted to meet her husband for lunch." Penny was not a woman to waste a minute. She suggested we visit until Roger returned her call. She had recently learned how to stencil a card and wanted to show me how to do it. She pulled the material out of her purse and began demonstrating how to make hearts on the paper, raise them, and shade them. We both liked to send decorative notes and cards. When Roger called back, he said he was ready for lunch. Penny said it would take her 14 minutes to get home. Then something happened that Risa found strange. She had known Penny for years, and although she was closely involved with her at church and through her teaching, she had never seen her become emotional over what seemed to be nothing at all. As we said our goodbyes, Penny became so misty-eyed and sentimental, Pardue recalled. The friend thought there must be something wrong. It was such an unusual way to say goodbye, since we were parting company for just a few days and would probably see each other again on Sunday. The only other times she had seen Penny upset were in response to something serious or tragic, like the illness or death of a friend or relative. Once, years ago, she took me to my hairdresser after I had been in bed a long time from surgery and complications, Pardue said. I told her then how I felt that God had saved my life and returned me to my home and family as a whole person. That conversation made Penny tear up. But the tears on this day came without warning, without any apparent reason. And Penny could not, or would not, offer an explanation. She just waved her friend away and sped off to meet her husband. Roger arrived home to have lunch with his wife between 12:15 and 12:30 p.m. They ate soup before he rushed back to work by 1 o'clock. On the way out, he noticed that the trash in the can at the curb where he had placed it that morning had not yet been picked up. The Texas flag they were flying that day was flapping in the breeze. The Skaggses always flew a large flag from a 30-foot metal pole they had erected in their front yard. The unusual pole made the place look like an official headquarters when compared with the short staffs most neighbors had attached to their homes to fly flags on special occasions. The Skaggses also had an American flag, which they flew from the pole on alternate days. With a storm approaching, Roger thought Penny would tend to it. She disliked the expense of replacing flags tattered by the sometimes fierce winds. They could reach near gale force at the top of the hill where their stately home was situated. Back at the office, several people were helping Roger pull together the figures for his report. As the workday neared an end, Roger called Penny to say he was not going to finish the board presentation on time, that he still had at least 2 more hours of work on it. Penny suggested he come home, have supper with her, rest for a few minutes, and then return to the office to complete the report. Around the time that Roger was due home, Penny's friend and former student, Sean Constant, telephoned her. The 2 women shared more than their religious convictions, since Sean's husband was a computer engineer. They spoke briefly. It was a pleasant conversation, the friend recalled. Penny was working on a lecture she was going to give at another church on the topic of wisdom. I was able to help her since I had material on that subject. I was excited because I was able to return something to my mentor after all the things she had done for me. Sean said she discerned nothing out of the ordinary during the conversation, and that Penny sounded like she was in a good mood. We talked about the weather changing, Constance said. She told me she had already brought in the flag and needed to bring in some plants. Penny had placed her potted plants on the back deck earlier in the week so they could benefit from the warm sun. She was anxious and worried about the lecture, and said she felt unsure about herself because of the topic. I had never seen her unsure of herself before, Sean said. Roger later said he came home for his supper break between 5:30 and 6 p.m. Penny served a vegetable dish of carrots, beans, and barley. After the meal, he helped clear the table and stacked the dishes in the sink. After dinner, Roger changed his clothes from his standard uniform, business suit, white shirt and tie, to blue jeans, a plaid shirt, denim jacket, and loafers. He also rolled the now empty trash cart into the garage where it was normally kept. Then he got in his car and drove back to the office. The first sign of a change in the balmy evening was a rustling in the branches of the eaves-high shrubs along the side of the house. Penny's carefully nurtured potted plants were still out back on the 30-foot wooden deck. The leaves on the tender plants trembled with the first gusts of the approaching blue norther. The long porch was not visible from the front of the luxurious brick home and completely hidden from the side street by tall hedges and a redwood fence around the backyard. An attached wooden storage shed further obscured the view of the back of the house from neighboring property. At around sunset, which occurred at 6:34 p.m. that evening, the leading edge of the approaching cold front roared across Austin at 40 miles an hour, setting off car alarms on vehicles rocked by the wind. They wailed like clarions, warning of danger invading the town. Austinites, who had been dressed in shirt sleeves for days and frolicked in the city's many parks in shorts and tees, would be ducking indoors from a stinging, icy drizzle by midnight. Freezing temperatures were forecast. In central Texas, the winds came straight out of the flat Texas panhandle, where it is said, "There's nothing between here and the North Pole except a barbed wire fence in Oklahoma." Penny had not brought her plants in from the elements, almost certainly exposing them to a killer frost that night. After dinner, she had gone into the den to play her baby grand piano. She was dressed casually in belted black slacks, a light-colored open-neck blouse, and black, flat-soled shoes. Even in this attire, and home for the evening, she was wearing her favorite diamond jewelry. She needed glasses to read the music when she played. She kept a spare pair on the piano. That evening, she chose a Christian favorite, selecting it from the sheet music of inspirational songs she kept in the bench seat. The hymn was "Lord Be Glorified," written in 1977 by Bob Kilpatrick as a prayer of consecration to the Lord. She placed the music on the piano rack as she settled on the bench to play. The words reflected what was in her heart, her thoughts, and her actions every day of her life. "In my life, Lord, be glorified today. I can think of no other way I'd rather spend my day than with my sisters and brothers, all rejoicing in your ways." Between 5 in the evening and the time her husband returned home from work shortly after 9 p.m., something went terribly wrong in the carefully ordered world of Luann Earl Skaggs. Penny's life was suddenly, violently, and prematurely terminated in one of the most brutal homicides that Austin police officers and emergency medical personnel assigned to work the case had ever seen. The savagery of the attack and the gratuitous mutilation of the body added a degree of horror to an act that would already terrify the community because of the unusual circumstances of the victim's social standing and the crime-free neighborhood where it had happened. Roger Skaggs, according to his statements, was at work completing the business report for the APS Board of Directors when the assault occurred. He said he returned to the office after dinner and, as usual, drove his Ford Taurus into the underground parking area reserved for officials of the company and rented to tenants of the office building. Then he worked on his presentation for a couple of hours, prepared a bunch of slides, did some work on a computer, that kind of thing, got it all ready, laid it out on a table. APS Vice President Jackie Fife confirmed that she had found the work completed, neatly stacked and ready for distribution to the board members when she arrived at work the next morning. After the short drive home, Roger pulled his car into the garage, parking next to Penny's van. He had noticed that the yard lights, spotlights installed under the eaves of the house, were lit when he drove up. It was normal for Penny to leave the floodlights on around the outer perimeter of the house when he worked late at night. He also noticed that the Texas flag had been taken down. He went into the house through the garage entrance, which they kept unlocked. No outsider could get in without first raising the garage door, and that required an access code or programmed opener. Within minutes after his arrival, Roger Skaggs found his wife's dead body lying in a pool of blood beside her treasured baby grand piano. Directly across the street, Diana Coleman was sitting in her living room watching something on the A&E channel on TV. Her husband was at a church meeting. She had considered calling Penny earlier in the evening just to talk, but decided against it because she thought Roger was home. She noticed there was one light on inside the house, and the porch light was off. She could see the Skaggs house rather well from her own front window. At 9:13 p.m. our phone rang, Diana said. It came in on the caller ID. Our 11-year-old daughter picked up the phone in her bedroom upstairs. Diana checked the number and saw that it was coming from the Skaggs home. She picked up the receiver just in time to hear Roger ask Ariana if her mom was there. "I've got it," she told her daughter. Roger said he had just come home from work and had walked into the kitchen and Penny wasn't there. He said that he had called to her and she hadn't answered. Diana became alarmed. Roger didn't sound like himself. He was hyperventilating, speaking hesitantly. "Roger, oh my God, what's wrong?" she asked. At that point, she noticed he began to talk normally. He said he had gone to the bedroom and Penny wasn't there, that he had kept checking and found her in a pool of blood. Roger wanted Diana to come over. She asked him if he had called 911, and he said no. "Well, you call 911 right now and I'll be right over," she said. Roger Skaggs called Austin Police 911 emergency at 9:15 p.m. In a quivering voice, he said, "Hi, I just got home from work, and my wife's lying on the floor with blood everywhere, and it looks like she's dead." "Is she breathing?" asked the operator. "No, not that I can tell," he said. "I had to get out of there. There's blood everywhere." "Are you positive she's not breathing?" "No," he said. "I need you to look at her chest," said the operator, "okay? You have to do it for me, okay?" "Oh, no," Roger said, "and her face is all bloated. She's not breathing at all." The operator told him the police and EMS were on the way and that he should get out of the house. Before leaving, he took Penny's address book with phone numbers from the kitchen so he could make other calls. He phoned a physician friend who soon arrived at the scene. When she hung up with Roger, the first thing Diana Coleman did was try to reach her husband. But the church phone was in the kitchen and no one heard it ring. She then called another neighbor, Colonel George Whaling. She told him, "Penny is in a lot of trouble. She needs our help." The retired Air Force commander immediately met Diana in her front yard. "I got a call from Diana Coleman at 9:23 or 9:25. She requested I meet her out front," Whaling said. 2 hours earlier, at about 7:30 p.m., Whaling had escorted his daughter to her car in front of their home and had looked directly at the Skaggs house. He noticed nothing unusual there or down the entire length of Winter Park Road. "I did not notice the lights on at the Skaggs house." Diana said she had received a call from Mr. Skaggs and wanted me to go with her. "We went across the street together to the front door. I knocked and rang the doorbell and beat on the door, on and on for 3 or 4 minutes. The light on the front porch was not on." Through the beveled glass in the front door, they could see into the foyer and down the hallway that led to the den. They saw no movement in the house. Whaling was worried about Roger. He was afraid that whatever had happened to Penny might now have happened to her husband. He indicated to Diana that he was going around back to check it out. "I told her to scream if she saw any movement." Just as he turned a corner of the house at the driveway, he was met by a police officer, followed by a fireman whose truck had just arrived, with lights flashing and siren wailing. "I told the policeman and fireman to be very careful, that we didn't know where Roger was," said the retired colonel. "Then I turned around and saw Mr. Skaggs standing there. The policeman went up to him. My wife brought me a jacket because it was cold." Diana had remained on the front porch of the house. "I caught a glimpse over my left shoulder of someone walking up to me," she said. "I was startled. He was walking very softly and calmly. I said, 'Oh, Roger, the door is locked.' He started unlocking it, and a fireman was now at the door. A police officer and 3 firemen entered the foyer, asking Roger where to go. Diana followed them in. A fireman told Roger and Diana to stop and return to the front porch, as the emergency responders rushed down the hall toward the den. Diana asked Roger what happened. He told her that after he and Penny had eaten dinner together, he went back to the office to work. "The whole thing seemed unnatural," she said. "Roger never told me she was dead. There was no anger, no grief, not even surprise. He never asked anyone about her condition." A neighbor brought a chair for Roger to sit in while they waited. Someone else brought him a blanket and wrapped it over his shoulders. Drawn by the flashing lights and sirens, more neighbors began to gather on the lawn. Within minutes, several more police cars arrived. EMS and fire equipment were already on the scene, and the street was blocked off by vehicles with flashing red, white, blue, and yellow lights. The police officer secured the entrance as fire rescue teams and EMS personnel poured into the house. Another officer was kneeling down, questioning Roger, who was seated in the chair. Roger stood up and leaned on George Whaling. "I think she's dead," he told Whaling. Next-door neighbors, Peter and Elizabeth Brady, who were now joined by the physician friend Steve Muller and his wife Pat, suggested they all go down to Brady's house to get out of the damp, cold night air. While the police officer agreed they should get out of the cold, he cautioned everyone against leaving the area. They let me go to the neighbor's house next door," Roger said, "so I got in out of the cold." A uniformed police officer, Thomas L. Sweeney, accompanied Roger and the neighbors into the Brady's living room. Roger still had the blanket around his shoulders. He sat on a couch and was joined there by 2 neighborhood women. "They were just kind of comforting me," he said. Officer Sweeney, a 6-year veteran of the Austin Police Force, was the first officer on the scene and had accompanied the fire department rescue team into the Skaggs' home. They had quickly confirmed that nothing could be done for Penny Skaggs. The fireman determined that her throat had been slashed, Officer Sweeney said. After that, he cleared everyone from the house except the emergency services personnel. Then he took charge of the victim's husband and asked him what had happened. "A neighbor invited everyone out of the cold, so I accompanied the victim's husband next door," the officer said, pointing out that he left Police Officer Michael Berg in charge at the crime scene. As first responder, Sweeney had to make the crime scene report. He set up his computer on the table in the Brady's dining room, which opened onto their living room. From that vantage point, he was close enough to Roger Skaggs, seated on the couch, to observe his actions and ask him questions. He was very precise with the details leading up to that time, Sweeney said. Skaggs was seated 8 feet away with several others around him. Friends, neighbors, and, I believe, a clergyman had arrived. Elizabeth Brady made sandwiches and served them all around. Roger took a sandwich and began eating it between questions from the police officer. He was very calm, controlled. His answers were very deliberate, said Sweeney. When he did show distress, he would cry at times. He turned the crying on and off. He was talking with the 2 women on the couch, but when he looked over and saw that I was watching him, he would stop talking, look down at the sandwich plate in his lap, and then raise his head crying. The way he turned it on and off, it was like he realized he was supposed to be upset. The neighbors, friends, and preacher, along with the uniformed policeman, were soon joined by 2 detectives from the Austin Police Department. One of the plainclothesmen was J.W. Thompson, who was assigned as lead investigator on the Penny Skaggs murder case. The detectives asked Roger if he was up to coming with them to police headquarters to make a full statement. Roger agreed, but indicated he had to notify Penny's sisters. Detective Thompson said he could call the family from headquarters. Diana Coleman had accompanied Roger and the others to the Brady home. His demeanor, his voice, was the type that alarms you, almost like a whimper, she recalled. He went from fear to calm. Roger repeated to everyone in the room what had happened. She remembered him saying that so many things needed to be done. His office and Penny's family had to be notified. He said it would be best to tell Penny's sister Marilyn and for her to tell the rest of the family. Roger asked for a pad and pen. He wanted to make notes of things that needed to be done. Roger was very businesslike. Diana went home, devastated with grief at the loss of her best friend. When her husband Arthur returned from his church meeting, she sobbed, relating everything that had happened that evening. Chapter 10. Many daughters have done virtuously, but thou excellest them all. Favor is deceitful, and beauty is vain, but a woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. Give her the fruit of thy hands, and let her own words praise her in the gates. Proverbs chapter 31, verses 29 through 31. The startling sound of a telephone ringing in the middle of the night instinctively engenders a sense of dread. The unexpected call so often brings news that can change a life forever. That call came for Penny's sister, Marilyn Mukey, around midnight on March 6th. It was Dr. Steve Muller, a friend of Roger and Penny, who had been summoned to the murder scene by Roger. He and his wife, Pat, arrived almost immediately and went to the Brady home, where neighbors had gathered to comfort Roger. There, Roger asked his old friend to contact Marilyn after learning that he would be taken to the police station to make a full statement. Marilyn, a tall, willowy blonde who, at 45, still looked almost identical to her twin, Carolyn, was considered the most take charge of the sisters. The news racked her with grief. After being comforted by her husband, Gus, she decided the best way to tell her 2 other sisters was on a conference call. With her husband on the line, she set up a link with Sharon and her husband, Jim, and Carolyn and her husband, Bill. She shared everything with them Dr. Muller had told her about Penny's death. Sharon later recalled that the first information available was that someone had broken into the house and killed her. The sisters discussed how they should break the terrible news to their elderly parents. Their mother, Mitty, was 85 years old. Their 82-year-old father, S.L. Earl, was in fragile health. He had a medical procedure scheduled for early Thursday morning. The sisters arranged to gather in person immediately. Jim drove the 3 women to their parents' home in McKinney, while the other 2 husbands stayed with their young children. When we got to our parents' house, we called from the driveway to let them know we were there and needed to talk to them, Sharon said. I sat on my dad's bed, and Marilyn and Carolyn sat on Mother's bed. As the sisters gently told their parents that Penny was gone, their mother broke in. She asked if it was a car accident. When one of the sisters explained that Penny had been murdered in her home, the first words out of her father's mouth were, "It was Roger." S.L. Earle voiced the stinging accusation that Roger Skaggs was somehow involved in Penny's death, while police were still trying to sort out what had happened at the scene, and while all signs seemed to point to home invasion, robbery, and murder by a stranger. Was this immediate response to the devastating news by the elderly father just a knee-jerk reaction caused by extreme grief and the need to blame somebody for an unbearably senseless act? Was it simply that a husband is usually the first suspect in a wife's murder? Or was that first reaction to the news of Penny's death based on something more sinister, a gut feeling resulting from years of observation that Roger Skaggs was capable of such an act of violence? Steve and Pat Muller had followed Roger to the police station where he was taken in for questioning, and they waited there for hours while he was interviewed. It was nearly 3 a.m. when the questioning ended, but Roger still had one more painful thing to do that night. He needed to tell his daughter. Sarah was 24 years old at the time and a student at Austin Community College. Roger got into the Mullers' car, and they drove him to Sarah's apartment. When they arrived, Sarah answered the door. They all went into the living room together. Roger was very distraught, tormented, recalled Dr. Muller. He said they stayed there for about 30 minutes, during which time Roger was sharing his grief, expressing his grief with his daughter. Later that morning, the practical realities of funeral arrangements and carrying on some modicum of normalcy for the surviving family members had to be addressed, despite the shock and grief of the murder. Reverend Rob Harrell was contacted early on Thursday. The Skaggs' home on Winter Park Road was sealed off with yellow crime scene tape, and police detectives and forensics teams were swarming over the property. The Mullers had invited Roger to stay with them for a few days, and it was to their home that Reverend Harrell went to assist with whatever arrangements were needed. The minister had not only lost a beloved member of his flock, whose work with young women he admired, but had the pastoral duty to tend to the spiritual and earthly needs of the husband, an elder in his church, and a distraught daughter. "I went to comfort Roger and Sarah," Harrell recalled. "We all sat around the breakfast table in the home. Roger seemed hesitant to talk about what he had witnessed the night before. He said Penny had been beaten up and asked who could have done such a thing. He said a transient might have done it. In all my experience ministering to the newly bereaved, I have never seen anyone who did not want to talk about it. All people who love someone seem to want to talk and talk and talk. All he said was, 'This is hard. This is hard.' He seemed anxious to plan the funeral. I said, 'Are you sure you want to do this right now?' He wanted to go ahead and make plans." The following day, Friday, March 8th, the pastor met Roger and Sarah at the funeral home, where Penny's body had been released by investigators after the autopsy was completed. In a discussion about how Penny should be dressed for an open casket service, the funeral director indicated it should probably be a high-necked dress because of the wounds. Reverend Harrell, observing Roger's response, said, "Roger seemed to know that, but Sarah did not understand." It was almost time for the evening news, so they all went upstairs to watch the coverage to see if there had been any progress in the investigation. When the report about the murder came on, Sarah began to sob. She was very emotionally upset, Harrell said. Roger showed no emotion. Roger made plans for Penny's funeral while staying with the Mullers. Steve Muller was one of his best friends. They often went flying and to auto races together. His wife, Pat, had assisted Penny with her creative counterpart classes and had actually hosted the first 2 seminars in her own home. She said the murder of her friend was the most horrific experience of her life. She called it a night filled with darkness and evil. One afternoon, a day or two after the murder, Mrs. Muller was alone in the house with Roger when he struck up a curious conversation. They were talking about Penny's funeral over lunch. He asked me my opinion on what he saw as a problem over the burial plot, she recalled. He wanted to buy one plot for Penny, and Penny's family wanted him to buy two. The family assumed he would want to be buried beside his wife. He told Pat Muller that he did not want to go to the burial in Dallas. He felt Penny's parents and family would not want him there either. But he planned to go anyway because his daughter Sarah would be upset with him if he did not. The twin sisters, with their husbands and friends, decided to drive to Austin to assist with the arrangements and attend the funeral. Sarah and her husband were going to bring the elderly parents to Austin by commercial air for just the day of the service because of their fragile health. The memorial service at the sanctuary of First Evangelical Free Church was set for Sunday. On Saturday, the sisters met Roger, and they all went to the funeral home for a private gathering of the family. Marilyn rode in the car with Roger. We were reminiscing about the pleasant times the family had enjoyed in the past, Marilyn recalled. The next thing he said stunned her. I need you and the family to know that I am probably going to remarry, move out of Austin, get away from the tragedy, and remarry. I didn't doubt that you would remarry, Marilyn replied. We've already talked about how much Penny did for you, that you would need someone to take care of you eventually. Though the subject did not surprise her, she was taken aback by his timing. Less than 3 days had passed since Penny's death. Why was he talking about this now? At the funeral home, Roger did not go into the viewing room. The sisters gathered around the casket, sobbing. Apparently, they had to do a lot of reconstructive surgery, Marilyn said. It was a painful reminder of how vicious the attack had been. Marilyn went to the church to view Penny again before the funeral. I needed to know her soul was not there, she said. Roger indicated that he wanted to have Penny buried next to her father and mother, Sharon said. The parents had purchased a plot for themselves at Restland Memorial Cemetery in Dallas. Sharon had arranged for that reserved plot to be exchanged for a different location that would make it possible for Roger to buy 2 other plots next to them. But that was not what Roger wanted. He apparently had no intention of being buried next to his wife of 35 years. The Saturday evening before the memorial service in Austin, the Colemans were invited to join Roger, Sarah, and the sisters for dinner. Diana, her husband, and a daughter went over to the Skaggs' house, which by then had been released by the police department. The church had provided a large dinner for the family. When they arrived, Roger immediately took Diana over to the piano and showed her what he complained was the damage to the yellow finish caused by the forensic team from the police department. The black luminescent powder had not been wiped off, and he could not get it off, Diana said. He was upset that the police had ruined the piano. While standing by the baby grand, Roger told Diana that he had a lot of important decisions to make. I told him, you know what they say, you should not make any important decisions for a year after a tragedy, she recalled. He laughed and said, oh no, I'm not going to wait any year. By then I could be married 2 or 3 times over. The family asked the Colemans to return with them to the funeral home, but Diana declined. I was just not up to seeing my friend in that state. The memorial service for Penny Skaggs was held in the main sanctuary of First Evangelical Free Church at 2:30 p.m. on Sunday, March 10th. Over 400 people attended, including a large number of Penny's former students. 7 men from Penny and Roger's Sunday school class, called the Cornerstone, served as pallbearers. Reverend Jean Getz read the scriptural eulogy. It was Proverbs chapter 31, verses 10 through 31, the good wife passages from the Old Testament that Penny had taught for the past dozen years. Sarah sobbed openly throughout the ceremony, according to one observer, and was pale and badly shaken as she stood in the reception line along with other members of the immediate family to receive condolences. The reception was held in the church's new auxiliary building behind the main sanctuary. One close friend who recognized most of the family members, former students, business associates, and neighbors, also noticed a sizable contingent of strangers mingling at the reception. They were officers in business suits from the Austin Police Department's Homicide Division. After the funeral in Austin, relatives conferred briefly about the graveside services to be held in Dallas the next day. Sarah asked her aunts what they planned to wear. They all agreed that the women could wear slacks for the occasion. After returning home, Roger showed the sisters a motorcycle jacket he had recently purchased in Las Vegas. He modeled it for them and said he was going to wear it at the gravesite. At the time, the sisters thought he was just trying to bring some light relief to the days of grieving they had all undergone since the murder. The private graveside service was held at Restland Memorial Cemetery in Dallas at 1 p.m. the following day, Monday. About 35 members of the immediate family and closest friends were in attendance. To everyone's surprise, Roger did show up wearing his leather jacket with a red, white, and blue eagle and full wingspan emblazoned across the back. The gaudy motorcycle jacket was very disturbing to some members of Penny's family. "I was surprised that he was wearing what I would describe as a flashy jacket," said Marilyn. "It was inappropriate for a funeral." But Sarah, who had accompanied her father to the graveside services, believed it was just a misunderstanding. The family agreed that the burial in Dallas would be casual dress, she said. Since the weather was chilly, her father had decided to wear the only good casual coat he had, the leather motorcycle jacket. She denied that his wearing it was in any way disrespectful of Penny's memory. Sarah insisted that her father was emotionally devastated at the burial. He stayed strong until they started lowering her into the ground. Then he broke down so badly that I had to support him as we walked away from the ceremony. He was so grief-stricken, he wasn't even able to walk. Following the brief services, Roger said he had something important to tell the family. "We gathered under the tent, and he told us that he was planning to hire an attorney," Marilyn recalled. "He believed he was a suspect, and for that reason, for his own protection, he was hiring a lawyer." She talked to Roger frequently that week. "We were very concerned about him," she said, pointing out that the sisters remained largely supportive of their brother-in-law and had made no judgment that he was their older sister's killer. "We talked several times about attorneys. He felt very threatened about the police interest in him." If Roger guessed that he might be a suspect in the murder of his wife, the community at large had no such suspicion. They feared a more dangerous killer might be loose in the luxury suburbs of Westlake. "There was a sense of terror in the neighborhood, revulsion to some kind of evil," said a close friend of Penny's. People retreated inside their homes in fear. All up and down the streets, the drapes were drawn. At one house, where there had been no curtains before, a sheet hung over the dining room window. The Austin American-Statesman had covered the murder of Penny Skaggs on their inside pages in a 3-paragraph crime report the day after the murder. A longer article, also inside, on Friday, March 8th, noted, "Police said they had no suspects in custody." "The rumors were rampant, and fear in the neighborhood was palpable," said Ed Allen, editor of the Westlake Picayune. The seasoned newspaperman was frustrated by the fact that his paper had just gone to press the day after the murder. He would not have another chance to offer facts about the homicide to his readers until the next edition, in midweek. Allen not only edited the copy turned in by his small staff of young reporters, but also, like most editors of weeklies across the country, designed and laid out the pages, reported many of the major news events of the community, and took news photographs as well. He had developed good inside sources in the area police departments. One of his best sources had told him, off the record, that the husband might be a person of interest in the case. Allen was almost certain there was no madman running amok in the area, but he could do nothing about it but tell the frequent callers not to be too worried just yet. There had been only one homicide in the modern history of the Westlake area, and that was 4 years earlier, in 1992. That equally gruesome crime, in which the victim had been slashed 23 times and stabbed 16 times in the torso and legs, was solved immediately. A 41-year-old woman with a history of psychiatric illness had killed her 67-year-old mother. The suspect was arrested running from the scene when police arrived. But because the Skaggs crime was still unsolved and involved the brutal murder of a housewife in her home by herself, this one had major impact. By the weekend, almost everyone in the close-knit community was aware that a horrible crime had occurred in their midst, a crime that appeared to be a brutal home invasion, robbery, and murder. That scenario was every resident's nightmare. They had always felt threatened by the prospect of intruders coming over from less well-off areas of the city to loot and pillage. Gated communities with guards and roving patrols dotted the entire Eanes school district, and security was uppermost in the minds of buyers when they purchased their expensive properties. "It can't happen here," was the mantra most frequently heard by Alan. Everyone wanted to know what had occurred and what was being done about it, and there was no place to get any information, he said. The Eanes School District and the city of Austin had not always enjoyed the best relationship. The property owners of the upscale area made no bones about their disdain for the governmental policies of their larger urban neighbor. The wealthier citizens on the west bank of the Colorado consistently fought any suggestion of annexation by the city to share their tax base. Now, many residents of the area were complaining that the Austin Police Department was not doing enough to catch the killer. The truth was, during the first few days after the murder, Austin homicide detectives simply did not have a suspect, or even a theory about the crime. Thus, there was little the APD could have told the citizens that would have calmed their fears. No one knew who had killed Penny Skaggs. The crime scene, with the victim's body stripped of her valuable jewelry, made it appear that robbery was the motive. The brutality of the murder, with the mutilation of the body after the victim was already dead, was of grave concern to investigators. That did not fit the pattern of a simple robbery. Even if Penny had fought to save her diamonds, a strong armed robber would normally be expected to use just enough force to subdue his victim. Veteran detectives, some of whom had already said the murder was the most brutal they had encountered in their careers, were sure that the killer, or killers, probably knew Penny Skaggs. They believed an element of personal rage must have been involved. The fact that early in the investigation, Austin police had no information to offer, nothing that might have comforted neighbors, family, or friends, did not mean the case was being neglected. From the moment the 911 call came in, Austin Homicide had committed the best team of detectives in the department to solving the vicious murder. Chapter 11. Investigators assigned to the case of Penny Skaggs, baffled by the gruesome scene they found on Winter Park Road, swarmed over the crime scene like bees to the first blooming of Texas wildflowers. A dozen detectives, uniformed police officers, and forensic technicians spent the remaining hours of March 6th through daybreak on March 7th, probing whatever mysteries the house held. Senior Detective Joseph W. Thompson, a 20-year veteran of the Austin Police Department, headed the team. Officially, he was designated Case Agent Homicide Detective, with a lead role in the investigation from the time the crime scene tape went up until the case was closed or went to trial. Thompson had been a homicide detective for 5 years, joining the murder squad after service as a patrol officer, crime scene specialist, narcotics agent, and member of the Elite Criminal Investigation Bureau, CIB. In appearance, he could have passed for a college professor or an actuary, with medium-length graying hair, eyeglasses, and a neatly trimmed mustache. In personality, though, he was a cop's cop, with a reputation for dogged tenacity and methodical pursuit of even the tiniest detail of the cases he worked. He was backed by a pool of unusually skilled police officers, criminologists, and forensic technologists, because of the unique situation of the city they served. As a center for the largest educational institution in the state, the University of Texas, and a dozen other colleges and universities, the Austin Police Department had an exceptionally large number of college-educated officers. In addition, there was a free-flowing exchange of human resources between the law enforcement officers of the city, county, and state. The Travis County Sheriff's Department, which handled crimes outside the city limits in the contiguous, unincorporated suburbs, was equally as well staffed with college-trained deputies. And the headquarters of the Texas Department of Public Safety, with its vaunted Texas Rangers and modern crime labs second to none in the country, was located just north of the university area. As the police force for the capital city, APD was as well equipped as, and in some specialties, more competent than, similar departments in the much larger cities of Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, and San Antonio. With a consistently good record for solving felonies of all types, Austin cops were able to turn a powerful microscope on any major criminal case they confronted. In the murder of Penny Skaggs, the commander sent out orders that all resources were to be tapped to solve this case as quickly as possible. Lieutenant David Parkinson, who headed the homicide section at the time, sent in a half-dozen plainclothes officers early in the case. In addition, the APD crime scene search team had immediately been dispatched. While the forensic teams were probing, dusting, scraping, bagging, and labeling every speck and sliver in his house, Roger Skaggs was chauffeured, as a free man, by a uniformed police officer to the Austin Police Department headquarters at 715 East 8th Street. Roger was cooperating fully. He had given verbal permission to detectives to enter and search his home. He agreed to accompany officers to police headquarters for a statement and expressed his willingness to assist the investigation in any way he could. Roger did not know that the detective who would conduct the interview was one of APD's best interrogators. Detective Sergeant David Carter had recently arrived home after working around the clock for 2 straight days on another murder case when he got the call sometime after 10 p.m. to return to headquarters. "Hell, I was ready to get some sleep when that damn pager went off," he recalled about the night of March 6, 1996. When he left the house, he was surprised how much the temperature had dropped in the last couple of hours, but he did not turn back to retrieve a topcoat. Carter's information about the case was sketchy. The APD communications section told him he needed to interview the husband of a woman who had been found murdered in a Tony suburb of southwest Austin. He checked in with the supervisor, Sergeant Hector Ravelas, who said the husband was not a suspect, but needed to be given a full interrogation because police had learned little from him at the scene. Carter knew the hilly, upscale neighborhood where the murder had occurred like the back of his hand. He had patrolled it when it was still being developed. He knew the people, too. Unnoticed, he had slowly cruised their streets on many long nights, watching over them as the first of the newcomers moved into their beautiful new homes. It was the safest neighborhood in the city. Cold winds gusting to 45 miles per hour were buffeting his unmarked police sedan before he reached the station. By the time he arrived, he regretted not bringing an overcoat. He entered the building from the police garage and walked up the back stairs to the second-floor homicide unit. The place was empty when he arrived. Carter guessed most of the detectives on duty were at the murder scene. About 20 minutes later, a patrol officer came in and told him that Mr. Roger T. Skaggs had arrived and was ready for his interview. Carter looked through the small glass window from the section offices and saw a middle-aged, graying man sitting calmly on one of the chairs along the wall of the hallway. The man was dressed in blue jeans, plaid shirt, dark loafers, and a beige denim windbreaker. Even in casual attire, he looked like a meticulous dresser. Carter studied the man for a few minutes before pushing open the swinging double doors. The detective reached out his hand in a disarming gesture of friendliness as he strode toward Roger Skaggs. He liked to take the measure of a subject's handshake before he began an interview. He found Roger Skaggs's handshake firm but not aggressive. When the man stood, Carter noticed that his clothes were clean and he was not wearing a belt. Carter offered condolences on the loss of his wife and asked him to come into the homicide offices. The man responded with a nod and said something like, "Sure," or "Okay," as he followed the detective to an interview room. "My initial observation was that Mr. Skaggs was polite and cordial, but did not appear to be terribly affected," the detective said. From his interviews with spouses and close relatives of murder victims, Carter remembered and dreaded the ones who were hysterical, crying, and too upset to talk coherently. He called that the emotional outburst reaction. That was one type of survivor of a homicide in the family. The others he characterized as denial and in shock. The denial type refuses to acknowledge the loved one is dead. The person in shock is too stunned or confused to know what has happened. The detective was not yet sure which type he was about to interview, but at this point, the man was certainly not hysterical. As they stood exchanging idle conversation, the detective observed that Skaggs, almost as tall as he was, maintained steady eye contact with him. Carter had served as the department's primary hostage negotiator since 1988. He had been a detective in the auto theft section before joining homicide, and a patrol officer for 8 years before that. He had majored in geosciences at Texas A&M University and left college for a career in law enforcement. Ramrod straight, Sergeant Carter looked more like an Army Ranger than a cop when he was wearing his tailored black police uniform with rows of service medals and commendations. He had received over 50 commendations, including the Police Distinguished Service Cross for Valor, the Life-Saving Medal, 2 Meritorious Service Medals, 2 Meritorious Unit Citations, 2 Superior Service Citations, and the Honorable Conduct Citation. Now, as a detective, he wore a sport coat, tie, and dress slacks for this interview. He had been in homicide for 2 years and considered himself a personally invisible member of a closely meshed team. Each member of the team had the responsibility to contribute pieces to solving the complex puzzle of a case. There were no stars or heroes in homicide. The nature of the grisly work made team sharing essential, not only to resolve a case, but also to prevent any one officer from internalizing the horror of a murder. "I can't say I enjoy being in homicide. It can be pretty emotionally tough," Carter said. "I enjoy the teamwork, the challenge, but at times it's a great burden. Investigating criminal deaths can be overwhelming. We take this responsibility very gravely. You have to speak for the deceased's family, the public's safety, and you also have a great responsibility to the suspect. The guilty must be made to understand why he or she must go to prison." The grim-faced detective said he also felt it was as important to clear an innocent person as to catch a guilty killer. "One of the most heinous things that can be done to an individual is to take his liberty and, in some cases, his life," Carter said. "Many people today question the police, don't trust that we won't fabricate evidence. I cannot imagine doing that just to close a case. Duty and honor are important in all police work. A homicide officer feels it most strongly of all. It takes a special set of skills to extract relevant information from a person who has suffered a traumatic event and is under extreme stress." Carter called one of those skills active listening, which differs from the casual listening that people do most of the time. "People communicate on 2 levels, the conscious and the subconscious," he explained. "Particularly when they are under stress, they don't always realize what they are saying." To be actively listening means an interviewer must focus on both what the person is saying and not saying, and on all the visual and nonverbal clues, including body language and mannerisms. Carter said he personally owed Roger Skaggs the best of his skills, training, and experience that night, regardless of how tired he was from lack of sleep. It was his job, during the coming hours, to help prove an innocent man guiltless or provide a piece of the team's puzzle that would catch a killer. The detective seated Skaggs in a windowless interrogation room in one of the 2 chairs placed at a round table. The room had no double-sided mirror like in the movies, so the interviewee did not have the feeling that others were watching from behind the looking glass. There was, however, a hidden video camera mounted in the ceiling and a very sensitive, voice-activated tape recorder implanted in the wall. Since the section offices were deserted, Carter had to make a fresh pot of coffee. He thought he would need it before the night was done. While he was waiting for the coffee to brew, and with Roger left to his thoughts in the small interview room, a call came in from the detective in charge, Joseph W. Thompson. Carter took the call in the open reception room, which was surrounded by interrogation rooms and detectives' offices. J.W. is very, very methodical and a good mentor for younger detectives, Carter said. He gave me a rundown on what was known to that point, which was still not much. While he was talking to the senior detective on the phone, Carter punched the keys of a computer. He pulled up Roger Skaggs's motor vehicle information and checked to see if he had a criminal record. His record was clean, except for a single speeding ticket. Returning to the interview room with a little more information about the crime, Carter again told Skaggs he was very sorry to have to meet him under these circumstances. He said it would help catch his wife's killer if Roger could give him as much information as possible. Just start and tell me what happened tonight. The interview began at 11:20 p.m. Carter brought the interviewee coffee and a small bottle of water. Skaggs started his story with his return home from work at 5:30 for dinner. He gave his account of every move he had made, up until the discovery of his wife's body when he came home again for the night. He also gave the detective information about his work at APS Systems and told him his office was located less than 10 minutes from his home. He went into considerable detail about his daughter Sarah, where she worked and lived, and her current boyfriend. When he got into the events of the night, one of the first things he told Carter was that he had left home to return to his office at 7 or 7:15, somewhere in there. After giving an account of his time in the interim, he said, "I came home around 9 o'clock or so." He described parking his Ford Taurus in the garage next to Penny's van and entering the house through the laundry room. "I hollered, and I didn't get any response," he said. He had first looked for his wife in the kitchen, where he noticed the dirty dishes were still stacked in the sink, and next checked in the downstairs bedroom. Then, he said, he looked into the large living area that served as the family den. "I could see her lying there by the piano. I could see her head. So I kind of panicked, of course, and ran in there, and then came to an immediate stop because it's really horrible. She's just lying in blood, and her face was all bloated and bruised and blood running out of her ear." Skaggs corrected the last part of his statement. Wasn't running, it was there. Her head was in blood. He said his wife was lying on her side. Carter asked, "Which side?" "The left side," Roger said. This meant his wife was facing away from him, toward the piano. The veteran interrogator did not rush him to give his account. Carter believed that victim survivors were owed every consideration. He gently coaxed him to tell his story at his own pace in his own words, with a minimum of interruptions or questions. I was expecting him to just say, "I found her dead," and leave it pretty much at that, but instead he was giving me a fully detailed account of his every move, everything he saw and felt, the sergeant recalled. Roger continued talking. "I leaned down a little bit. Of course, I almost threw up," he said. "Of course, I didn't know what to do, and so I immediately ran back and picked up the phone and dialed 911. He told the detective the phone was in the kitchen. "I have a portable. It was on the wall. I pulled it off." He then described his call to 911, where he was soon connected with both a police dispatcher and an EMS operator. He recounted the conversation he had with them. "The EMS folks made me go back in to see if she was breathing," he said. "Of course, that was pretty horrible. Anyway, it was clear she was not alive." Roger said he was ordered to get out of the house after he determined that his wife was not breathing. He said he had the portable phone with him and grabbed Penny's address book. He punched open the garage door and went out the way he had come in. He explained that he always punched the garage door, down when he walked in the house, so it's always secure. All this time he was still talking to the emergency personnel, walking and talking. They were telling him what to do. The 911 operator wanted him to stay on the phone until help arrived. Roger continued to recount the sequence of events. I thought a minute. Can I call my pastor and neighbor? They said sure, and so I called my pastor. Or I called my physician and also a good friend of mine from church. That's who is out there, he and his wife. Steve and Pat Muller had come to the station and waited for Roger during his entire interview. So you first called your pastor? Carter asked. Uh-huh. Well, actually, I'm sorry. I didn't have the pastor's number handy. Roger explained when he called the Mullers, he asked them to come over and to call the pastor for him. When Carter asked if the Mullers had arrived before the police or EMS, Roger answered, I made one more call. I called my across-the-street neighbor, Diana Coleman. About that time, the EMS came up and Diana Coleman from across the street came over. This chronology was in direct conflict with the account given by Diana Coleman, who later testified under oath that it was she who told Roger to call 911. Both Coleman and Colonel Whaling had been specific about the timing of events that night, and their details were consistent with the timestamp on Roger's emergency call, which came into 911 at 9:15 p.m. Roger described unlocking the door to his house so he could direct EMS to the body and the scene outside as neighbors and emergency service crews arrived. Detective Carter took him back to the events leading up to the discovery of his wife, starting with why he came home for dinner instead of staying at the office to finish his work. Roger told him it was Penny's idea. She said, Why don't you come home and have dinner? You can relax a bit and go back and finish. So I said, okay, and came home at about 5 or between 5:30 and 6. Probably left at 7 or 7:15, Roger stated again. He described changing clothes from a business suit to casual attire. Back at work, he said he parked in an underground garage reserved for corporate officers and managers. The detective made a special note of that statement. Roger said he was lucky enough to have underground parking in his building so he didn't have to walk outside. Carter thought he seemed a bit anxious to get on to something more important. The detective had not asked him his opinion about what had happened at the house. Thus, when Roger blurted out his next statement, it caught Carter by surprise. Let's see, he began. I guess my only presumption is, it's obvious to me, I guess I need to tell you in case it's not obvious to you, is that it's very obvious to me that this happened not too long after I left. Otherwise, the kitchen wouldn't still be in the dirty dishes. That's a very obsessive kind of neatnik type of person, always keeps things squared away and so forth. So I say it would have to have been within an hour after I left. Carter just responded, okay. The detective's expression did not change, and he did not look up from his notes. But his pulse quickened, because he realized the subject had just stepped outside the norm of victim reactions. The interview had been underway for more than an hour at this point. Skaggs went on with his hypothetical tale of what happened. The question-and-answer session that followed became a cat-and-mouse game. Skaggs opined that the attack must have happened shortly after he left the house to go back to his office. Probably 30 to 40 minutes, I don't know, because she might have gone in to play the piano and come back, finished cleaning up. She doesn't let things go around there. As close as you can remember, asked Carter, the time that you left? I think I was back at the office by 7:30. It takes me maybe 10 minutes to get up there, something like that. I might have been there at 7:25. It was somewhere between 7 and 7:15 when I left. The detective knew now that Skaggs was eager to tell his version of what had happened, so he deliberately went through a long series of routine questions. He then switched suddenly back to how the crime might have occurred to see if Skaggs would once again volunteer an opinion. Skaggs had told the interviewer that Penny always wore her best jewelry, even around the house. He said that anyone coming to the house could have seen her jewelry through the beveled glass in the front door, even if she hadn't opened it. "How many doors are there in the house, external doors?" Carter asked. Skaggs described the main entrances and then focused on the portals to the dark backyard. "In the back of the house there are 2 doors that go out onto a patio deck," he told the officer. Carter asked him more than 30 questions about the entrances to the house, the alarm system, and who else had keys before he returned to the subject of the back doors. "The front would have been very well lit, but the back, like I said, is very dark," Roger Skaggs replied. Now Carter wanted to hear his theory of the murder. "I don't mean the physical act, but what do you speculate? Did somebody knock on the door? You talked about people, salesmen, or people selling." "She didn't let people in," Roger said. "I've thought about it, of course. The only thing I could come up with is that somebody came around the back, and that back door is dark. It's the most likely one to be unlocked. She goes in and out of it a lot during the day. She goes out on the back porch to make sun tea. She'll take a bottle of sun tea out there, put it on the deck, or she'll go out and sweep some leaves off. She'll go out, water plants. I've always kind of harassed her about it. When I come home, that's always one of the things that I check. I'll say, 'Dear, you forgot to lock this back door.' Paranoid about keeping the doors locked all the time." "She sometimes forgets?" "Yes, that particular one. Like I say, it's quite dark. In the back of our house, there's kind of a wooded area off to the side. Somebody could come around there very easily and not be seen, get into our backyard quite easily. And, once again," Skaggs continued, "this is all just supposition on my part, trying to think about it because she's very careful not to let people in the front door, to keep the front door locked. And, she won't even crack the door. When somebody is there, she yells through the door, just tells them to go away. So, it's conceivable somebody could have come to the door, she told them to go away, they went back around the back, or could have been, somebody just wandering down the street." The detective asked Roger if he wanted more coffee. "Maybe a little sip of water," he said. Carter said, "Water, okay, I'll be right back." But that was not the reason he left the room. Although it was now well past midnight, he knew Detective Thompson would still be at the crime scene, supervising and directing the forensic teams. He gave the lead detective highlights of the interview and asked him whether the back door or doors had been unlocked at the time the officers entered the premises. He also asked for an update, specifically if sight screeners had found Penny's valuable jewelry. Thompson told Carter that the back door had been found unlocked, and nothing but costume jewelry was found at the scene. Carter returned to the interview room with another cup of coffee for himself and water for Roger. "We were both very, very tired by that time," the detective said, "but I was focusing on every one of his answers. I didn't jump to any conclusions." Without further prompting, Roger Skaggs continued to relate his theory of how the homicide had occurred. "Anyway, the only thing that I can figure is somebody slipped in that back door. Maybe it was unlocked, and I suspect she was playing the piano because she had 2 pairs of glasses, a separate pair that she keeps around the piano to read the music. I do recall, when I walked in there, I was so shocked. When I looked around, there was a pair of glasses on the piano bench. There was another pair on the floor. I thought, not far from where she was playing. So I suspect somebody walked up from behind her and grabbed her, or, whatever. I don't know. That's the only thing I can figure out, because otherwise she wouldn't have been in there unless I think she was probably playing the piano. If she was going to read or something, she generally does that in another room, so that, she was real focused, sitting there. Her back is kind of to that area. Would be to that area when she does that." Carter's training kicked into high gear, as it had at other times in the interview, particularly when Roger was describing his theory of the murder. A big flag went up when Roger said, "Of course I've thought about it." When did he think about it? The detective thought Roger's story too detailed for the short time that had elapsed since the traumatic event. Sergeant Carter's suspicions were also aroused by the way Roger talked about the back door that opened from the room where Penny was murdered to the unlighted patio. He kept embellishing that part of his story. The more he said about the unlocked back door, the more suspicious it made me, Carter observed. He wanted me to focus on that back door real bad. Now something else had caught Carter's attention, the kind of nuances of speech that can serve as cues. The detective noticed that Roger had switched from the first person to the third person in telling, hypothetically, how the murder might have happened. He was using the word "I" frequently because he was describing his best guess, what he thought happened. In just a few sentences, he had said, "I recall, I suspect, I was shocked, I don't know." Then as he kept talking, he suddenly changed to the third person, as if he were there, in the room watching her from the back as she played the piano. At that moment, he also spoke in the present tense, and then corrected himself. Her back is kind of to that area, would be to that area when she does that. "It dawned on me," said Carter. "That's when I decided to take pictures of his hands and feet. It's the responsibility of a policeman to eliminate the innocent. It's also the duty of the policeman to find the guilty out." About 2.5 hours into the interview, Carter asked where the Skaggses kept their valuables. Roger said they had important papers and maybe some coins in a safe in the floor. While he was describing the cases where Penny kept her jewelry, Roger started unwrapping some food one of the neighbors had given him. Pausing in mid-sentence, he asked the detective, "Would you like a little bit of sandwich here?" When Carter indicated no, he said, "But I'm going to eat." "You go right ahead," Carter said. In the next 45 minutes, the detective revisited many of the topics they had covered before. Roger was repeating what he did during and after the 911 call, and then started jotting something down. Carter was curious. "Can I ask what you're writing? Is there something you're remembering?" "Yes," Roger said. "The investigator said he would give me my house key back." "Okay," said Carter flatly. "If they took anything, there would be an inventory," said Roger. I just got to worrying. They're still there. I don't want them to take anything. Am I going to get all that back?" Carter assured him he would. "I'm a list maker," Roger explained. At the end of the interview, Carter typed up a summary of what Roger had told him. After correcting a few minor points, Roger signed the document, which the detective notarized. When Carter asked Roger if he could photograph his shoes and hands, he agreed, emphasizing again that he would do whatever he could to help. The first formal interview with Roger Skaggs lasted until 2:54 a.m., almost 3 hours and 20 minutes. Now, Detective Carter was charged up and had questions about the crime scene whirling around in his head. "I had a pretty bad headache from all the coffee and lack of sleep, but I went back over Mr. Skaggs's statement after he left police headquarters with friends," Carter said. He was particularly interested in the segment where Roger raced ahead of the carefully planned questions to blurt out a theory of the crime without being asked. Carter was also eager to review his long response to the suggestion that he speculate on a crime scene scenario. The detective had found this series of answers and volunteered narrative too filled with small but important misstatements. The detailed answers made the husband seem less like an innocent survivor. Overall, the interview had not cleared him of suspicion, but had instead made Carter eager to learn more about his activities. The behavior Roger attributed to himself during the 4 hours surrounding the homicide was too pat for the detective to accept without further checking. He had a window of opportunity, Carter said, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. No real alibi. Roger had not told the officers that anyone saw him working late at the office after he returned from the supper with Penny. I wanted to go home, but I felt I needed to retrace his steps, the detective recalled. It was colder than blue blazes, and I didn't have a coat, but I had to go out there and see it for myself. I decided that on my way home I would go by the Skaggs' house and drive from there to his office, just to get the proximity in my head. Carter knew from the many cases he had worked that a killer usually has something to dump off somewhere, bloody clothes or a weapon. With a cloudy night reflecting afterglow from the city over the nearest hills, the detective drove past the house on Winter Park Road. He saw the vehicles of APD forensic teams and familiar unmarked detective cars parked all down the block, but did not stop to go inside. His mind was concentrated on the route and travel time from the house to the office, just like Skaggs would have driven it. He wanted to see what opportunities there might be for discarding things, what hiding places might be available along the way. When a person wants to dispose of items that are involved in an offense, he tends to look for a comfort zone, to put them in a place that he or she knows, a place where the items will not be discovered, he explained. If Mr. Skaggs did have something he did not want discovered, he would not leave it at the house. He had very little time, according to his statement, to dispose of anything. I thought perhaps something might have been discarded at work. He arrived at the APS office building in less than 10 minutes, since there wasn't a single other car on the road at this cold pre-dawn hour. He drove around the empty parking lot, seeing nothing of interest. He got out into the cold night and walked up to the entrance to the underground garage. There was a control box at the entrance. He walked around to the front of the building and found a swipe card lock on the front door. It was the same type of security system they had down at the police station, so Carter knew there would be a record of people who had entered and left on the evening in question. The detective could not find the big trash dumpsters that he knew any large office operation needed to handle the daily outflow of waste paper. At the back of the building, there were 3 large bay doors. He thought maybe the dumpsters were in there. The fatigue, his poor eating habits of the past 3 days, and the bitter cold finally overwhelmed even this crime-scene-toughened cop. Giving in to the urge for a real meal and a few hours in a warm bed, Carter drove his unmarked police car toward the dawning glow on the horizon in the direction of his home. But he would be back, working on this piece of the puzzle, soon enough. Chapter 12. It's called fate, Joss, kismet, luck, or chance. In religion, it is referred to as God's will. Whatever one chooses to call the mystical force that seems to rule at significant moments in men's lives, it appears to have been in play during the overnight hours between March 6th and March 7th. Somewhere on the windy streets of Austin, a noisy and lumbering trash truck with giant arms for hoisting industrial-sized dumpsters was experiencing mechanical problems. By the time the disposal company's dispatcher could find someone to get a replacement truck out to the driver and a wrecker to retrieve the stalled truck, it was too late to complete all the rounds. The Capitol View office park would have to wait one more day for its 2 big dumpsters to be emptied. The trash bins were already overflowing with office waste paper and such, along with chunks of wallboard and other discarded material from a remodeling project underway in one of the buildings. Ednoa Harrell, property manager for APS Group, did not notice that the garbage hadn't been picked up as scheduled when she arrived at work that Thursday morning, but she soon began receiving complaint calls that the trash containers were full. The trucks usually picked up the trash between midnight and 8 a.m., the office manager said. They came every day of the week. The bins were filled up by the janitorial service every night after 6, when the cleaning crews emptied the waste baskets in the offices. The trash is first on their list, she said, before they dust and vacuum, so they will be sure to have that done before the garbage truck comes. It's a mundane matter of timing. The driver must complete the pickup before 8 a.m., otherwise the big truck will be unable to maneuver between the employees' cars parked along the narrow driveway that leads to the back of the lot where the dumpsters are stowed. In the event of a breakdown or delay, trash pickup would have to wait until the next day. From Roger Skaggs's high office window, the tops of the dumpsters were visible at the far back of the parking lot behind a low wall. He was also aware of the pickup schedule, having served for a time as the property manager shortly after APS moved to Austin. On the morning of Thursday, March 7th, the current APS building manager was not the only one pondering the topic of trash handling. Sergeant David Carter woke from a short, fitful nap with trash disposal on his mind. He had been able to grab 3 hours' sleep, his first decent meal in days, a hot shower, and an overcoat before heading back to headquarters. There he met with Detectives J.W. Thompson and Hector Ravelas. The 3 veteran homicide officers compared notes from the previous night. Carter explained that he had some concerns with portions of his interview with the victim's husband. He said he wanted to drive the trip as Roger Skaggs had described it in his account, and take a look at his office, in the possibility that something had been stashed or disposed of at that location. After the other detectives concurred with his approach, Carter headed out for the APS offices during morning drive time. It wasn't all fate at play that morning. A strong application of old-fashioned sleuthing and good investigative procedures allowed the detective to take advantage of the breakdown in the trash disposal schedule. I developed a hypothetical situation in my mind, recalled Carter, who now had Roger's route of travel between his home and office down pat from tracing it the night before. What if he had done this? What would likely have occurred? If a person had killed his wife at his residence, evidence at the house would be discovered by the crime scene specialists there. Sergeant Carter kept in mind every detail of what Roger had said in the repetitive questioning about the timing of his activities. He visually overlaid his steps on a mental map of the ground he would soon have to cover. Since nothing incriminating was discovered at the house in the initial search, if anything was discarded, it would have to be between the house and the office, given the time frame involved. There was no pull-out or undeveloped property along the route where a sack could be tossed. The road shoulders were wide and well-mowed. There was a bridge over the Colorado River, but it was miles down the parkway, with no pull-off lanes at the approaches. The bridge lanes were too narrow and the traffic too heavy at that early evening hour for even the briefest stop. Carter concluded that, in the short time available, there simply was no place to hide anything except at the office. When the detective arrived at APS, he went directly to see the building manager. He got there almost at the same moment as Ed Noah Harrell, then introduced himself and said he was a homicide detective. She was not surprised. "A friend of mine had called on my cell phone and told me about the murder," she said. The detective asked her questions about access to the building, how people got into the garage and offices at night. He asked her to run a tape of every entry to the building on the evening of the murder. The data she retrieved showed that Vanessa Ferguson had used her access card early that evening. Roger was one of 3 executives who had access to a private elevator from the parking garage, so his entry would not have been recorded. Carter also asked Mrs. Harrell if she had seen anything unusual. She said she went to an early dinner with a friend who dropped her back at her car around 7:15 p.m. She noticed there were lights on in the area where Vanessa worked, and also a light in Roger Skaggs's office, but she did not see either of them that night. "Do you know what kind of car Ms. Ferguson drives?" asked Carter. "A tan Acura," said Harrell. "At 7:15, did you see Ms. Ferguson's car in the parking lot?" Harrell said yes, she had seen the car in the lot. The whole time they talked, the detective was scribbling in his notebook. Then he asked about the trash bins. Where were they located? How often were they picked up? When she told him the disposal company emptied the dumpsters at the bottom of the lot very early each morning, Carter momentarily thought that one of his investigative trails had probably just run cold. But he wanted to see for himself. He drove his car down to the bottom of the steep grade below the lot. There were 2 big trash containers with the logo BFI stenciled on the side. The reason he had not seen them the night before was because they were behind a landscaped terrace or wall at the far end of the property, and from ground level outside his line of vision. His spirits rose somewhat at the sight of debris topping one of the bins. He got out of his car. When he lifted the heavy steel lid of the first container, he saw that it was full of plastic trash bags. The other one was filled with similar bags and topped to overflowing with discarded construction material, broken lumber, and wallboard from some construction site. At that time, I still felt I had to eliminate Skaggs as a suspect, Carter said, noting that everything in the interview that caught his attention could probably be explained away in a subsequent interview. Carter said he had a strong feeling that the containers should be searched, if for no other reason than to show that the husband had been thoroughly investigated and eliminated if someone else were later charged with the crime. For the search to be sanctioned, he knew it had to be witnessed, photographed, and documented using accepted forensic practices. Since he could do none of that at the moment, he did not dig into the dumpsters, even though his curiosity was burning. He went back to the property manager's office, got the name and number he needed, and called the disposal company. He reached Randy Whitaker, commercial manager at Browning Ferris Industries. He asked him not to pick up the dumpsters behind the building complex at 1301 Capital of Texas Highway until the police could look at the contents. Whitaker knew the pickup had been missed the night before because of the delay on the route caused by the breakdown of one of his trucks. He told the officer that the building manager would likely want a special trash run that day since they had missed the regular one the night before. When Carter advised him that the dumpsters might contain evidence in a murder case, Whitaker said he would get in touch with a line supervisor and order replacement containers instead. Meanwhile, Carter called headquarters to make sure that a search of the dumpsters was technically legal without a search warrant. It was determined that they belonged to BFI. If the disposal company gave permission, nothing else would be required. Even though the dumpsters were already on property with public access, Carter decided to have them sealed and removed to BFI's facility for the actual search. The detectives also did not particularly want the employees at APS Systems watching out of the windows of their offices as the search was conducted. Whitaker told a BFI line supervisor what needed to be done and who to contact at the police department if there were any questions. At 4:30 p.m., when employees had begun vacating the parking lot at Capitol View Center, Steve Brinkerhoff, who was in charge of corporate accounts at BFI, personally arrived at the site to collect the 2 dumpsters. He brought replacements identical to the ones to be picked up, except the replacements were painted a different color. Because no police officers were with him, there was no reason for APS employees to suspect anything out of the ordinary. It looked like just another late trash pickup. I went out with new containers, offloaded them, and prepared the dumpsters the police wanted by packing down the overflow materials and tying down the lids, Brinkerhoff said. The supervisor, who had come up through the ranks in the company as a driver, was up to the job of handling the heavy debris. He was very large, with muscular arms, close-cropped hair, and the rugged features of a man who had worked outdoors in the elements most of his life. He rolled one of the dumpsters onto a truck bed, hauled it back to BFI's yards, and returned for the other. Someone had opened that one and piled in more construction waste material, so he had to repack it before he could seal the lid again. Once on BFI property at Farm Road 973 in southeast Austin, Brinkerhoff placed the 2 containers in a secured area behind a chain-link fence in the company's storage and truck parking lot. At 7:30 p.m. on Thursday, he called the homicide section at APD and told the receptionist that the dumpsters were secured and ready to be searched whenever the police wanted them. Since APS was already closed for the day, Brinkerhoff phoned Ed Noah Harrell early the next morning and explained that BFI had replaced the company's old containers with new ones. Per instructions, he did not mention that police detectives had ordered the other dumpsters seized. If Roger had been standing at the window of his third-floor office late that afternoon, He might have noticed the container exchange. For obvious reasons, he was not at work the day after his wife was found murdered. The executive's absence made the shocking news of Penny's death that much more terrible. The scheduled board of directors meeting was postponed for a week, and employees walked through the halls in almost trance-like disbelief. Some cried because they had known Penny Skaggs personally for years and even been counseled by her, either individually or through the Creative Counterpart seminars. She was better known to the rank and file than most corporate wives because of her ministry to young women and the fact that she had traveled with Roger and APS Systems sales reps on business trips in the past. She also made a practice of attending every office party when families were invited. Stern-faced police officers, some in uniform and others in mufti, had shown up at the APS offices almost with the first employees arriving for work that Thursday, March 7th. For the next day or two, the officers moved quietly among the saddened employees, taking some aside for brief questioning. No crime of any sort had ever touched the corporate lives of those working in the glass and tiled offices. The worst on-the-job trauma most had experienced was losing the bid for a hard-sought new client. Several were asked to come down to police headquarters to give more lengthy accounts of information that might help in the investigation. Vanessa Ferguson was one of them. She had an appointment to be interviewed at APD headquarters the following Saturday. Although there had been rumors about Roger having an office affair, most employees had no reason to think the mild-mannered boss was anything other than a grieving widower, a surviving victim himself. Still, some were curious when the investigators began searching Roger's big corner office. At first, APS management encouraged the employees to come forward with anything they might know that could help. But as the investigation progressed and intruded more and more on employee time and morale, the ardor for carte blanche assistance to the police cooled. Company cooperation with the news media had already cooled. In fact, the relationship with Austin news reporters was downright icy from the moment the media learned that the husband of the murdered housewife in one of Austin's best areas was a top executive with a publicly traded company. News reporters and cameramen who showed up at APS were barred from entering the corporate offices or interviewing employees. One reporter who got all the way to the executive offices was promptly escorted from the building, with hints that any further trespass would be prosecuted. Not all employees agreed with the company position on media coverage. Some were far more concerned about the death of Penny Skaggs than about any potentially negative impact on the company's image. A number of APS employees actually knew Penny Skaggs better than they knew her executive husband. Her death was as devastating to many of them as it had been to her seminar students and neighbors. Patty Adams, who had worked directly for Roger since 1992 and was now interim director for sales and marketing, was one of those employees hardest hit by the news of Penny's death. Roger helped me out a lot in the early days when she was new on the job, and Penny often traveled with us on sales presentations out of the city, said Adams. Someone called and told me we wouldn't be seeing Roger at the board meeting that morning because Penny had been murdered. Coming into work, I heard the story on the radio, but I thought they had the address wrong. I saw Penny a lot over the past few years. I loved Penny. I thought she was a wonderful woman. You hear about bad things happening to good people? It's true. I learned valuable things about my own relationship with my husband from Penny. Curiosity turned to suspicion for some APS employees who were present when detectives zeroed in on the personal computer in Roger's office. Michael J. Shannon, the computer network manager at APS, was summoned into the office by detectives who wanted to access the contents of the hard drive. A mathematician by training, Shannon was responsible for keeping the company's all-important computer systems humming. Roger accompanied the detectives on Friday. It was his first appearance at the office since Wednesday, the night of the murder. They were looking for anything on the computer that might show when Roger was at work, Shannon said. Data retained on the computer hard drive showed Roger had logged off at 8:21 p.m. on March 6th. He had printed 2 files, one at 8:14 p.m. and another at 8:19 p.m. The retrieved data matched in every detail Roger's story about his work at the office the night of the murder. The fact that the Austin Police Department was taking such a close look at the executive sent another round of rumors rippling through the company. Some who had been sympathetic toward the grieving husband felt early pangs of doubt. Over the weeks and months ahead, the unfolding tragedy became a divisive force at APS. A number of employees were upset enough to place anonymous, information-laden phone calls to Austin reporters who had been banned from entering the premises or interviewing staff. One reporter assigned to the Skaggs murder said he received more information through anonymous tips from APS employees than from the investigators on the case. The official shroud of silence that surrounded the investigation from the beginning added to the mystery, fueling rumors and speculation about the murder. While the upscale neighborhood and evangelical community closed ranks in denial that such horror could have happened in their midst, the Austin Police Department was devoting all its resources to solving the heinous crime. Chapter 13. About 90 minutes after Penny Skaggs was officially pronounced dead on the scene, the Austin PD's crime scene search team was summoned into the house to begin picking it apart for clues. Every attempt was made to revive her, but the killer had done the job too well. Once the fire department's rescue team, which had arrived around 9:20 p.m., determined the victim had no pulse, they had quickly begun CPR. While fireman Everett Thomas applied chest compressions, Specialist in Charge Wesley Wright readied the heart defibrillator. It was not until the victim's head was pulled back to start ventilations that they saw the gash across her throat and knew it was hopeless. Simultaneously, an ambulance with 2 technicians from Austin Emergency Medical Services arrived at the scene. Cameron Seifert and his partner rushed into the house with their trauma gear. APD told them to be careful because it was a crime scene. The firefighters told them the victim was already dead. Seifert felt the woman's carotid artery in her neck, examined her wounds, and made an independent determination that there was nothing they could do for her. Penny Skaggs was pronounced dead at 9:40 p.m. The medical examiner's office was notified to send a death investigator to the scene. Seifert needed to fill out an EMS form for the police and call the hospital to have a doctor sign off on time of death. He joined the others at the Brady's home to escape the cold and finish his paperwork. The seasoned emergency medical technician had seen grieving relatives dealing with tragedy before, too many times to count. He had been on at least 20 calls where the injured person was either already deceased or died shortly after EMS arrived. Seifert said Roger Skaggs's behavior was significantly different from any relative he had ever encountered in that situation. Skaggs seemed unusually calm for the circumstances, he explained, but not as if he were in a trance or in shock. He was sitting on the couch, talking with neighbors. He was not traumatized when we asked for information, Seifert recalled. A lot of family members are emotional when we pronounce their loved ones dead at such a scene. He asked us why everybody was called out. He wanted to know how long this was going to take. A canine unit had arrived at the address. Officer Terry Meadows took his Belgian Malinois on a tour of the outside perimeter of the residence in search of fear scent, which is often left by a perpetrator fleeing the crime scene in a panic. Because the air was cold, the search was easy that night, Meadows said. The dog found no fear scent on the back deck of the house. Meadows walked the dog along the back fences and down Winter Park Road, but no telltale odors were detected. By this time, there were too many people and too much news media at the scene to do any more with the police dog, the officer said. The crime scene search team was authorized to move into the Skaggs home at 11:20 p.m. on Wednesday, March 6th. The 911 call had sent emergency vehicles screaming into the normally serene neighborhood with lights flashing and sirens blaring. Squad cars, fire trucks, and ambulances crowded the block around the house, with swiveling lights casting eerie shadows the length of Winter Park Road. Finally, More than 2 hours after the first klaxons had shocked the quiet neighborhood, the emergency vehicles pulled away, leaving darkness and a new fear in the sleepless neighborhood. The departure of the big, noisy trucks and marked patrol cars did not signal the end of response to the murder scene. Far from it. Once the fire truck and ambulance cleared the scene, Detective J.W. Thompson ordered the property roped off with yellow crime scene tape. After the barrier tape went up, not even the homeowner could enter the property, a fact soon to become a point of contention between Skaggs and the Austin Police Department. Detective Thompson waved the team of APD specialists into the house from a van parked in the circular driveway. Most of the search team had stayed huddled in the van to keep out of the cold wind since their arrival hours earlier. They had been summoned to duty from their homes when the first calls for homicide detectives went out from the dispatcher. The APD's crime scene search team was a relatively new unit, having been funded only 3 years earlier by the Austin City Council. They went to their first crime scene in January 1994. The core team consisted of a chemist, ID specialist, latent prints, photographer, and ballistics expert. If relevant to the crime, others would be sent as needed. Since the special group concept was still being developed, the APD worked closely with the forensics lab of the Texas Department of Public Safety, also in Austin. The APD team, at the time of the Skaggs murder, was primarily responsible for processing crime scenes and gathering evidence to be tested and analyzed elsewhere. Penny's house was now under the control of someone else for the first time since she had lovingly taken charge of it 12 years earlier, with grand ambitions to make it the perfect Christian home. The cruel irony of what this home, now a crime scene, had become went unnoticed for the first few hours, while emergency vehicles and crews dominated. But with the arrival of dawn and time for reflection, the reality of the night's events would become almost unbearable to many Austinites, particularly those in the evangelical community. Scores, if not hundreds, of young women had come to this room, in this house, to learn from the victim how to make their marriages better by being godly wives, subservient to their husbands. Now the room that had once been sanctified by prayer circles of worshiping women was a scene of unspeakable horror. This place, idealized in the memories of many young Austin women as the inspirational example of what they too would build someday, was stained with the blood of their mentor. There was nothing left to be done now but for criminologists to begin sorting out how, and perhaps why, this upscale suburban home had so suddenly and inexplicably changed from a haven of good to a scene of such evil. The specialists of the crime scene search team knew they had a real chance to make a difference in this case, because there was no readily identifiable suspect or even a clear motive for the homicide. The team was ready to devote the rest of the night, and the next one as well, to search for any missing clue that might break the case wide open. All the members of the team entered the Skaggs house wearing paper booties over their shoes and thin surgical gloves. Coincidentally, they were just getting started, as Roger Skaggs was beginning to answer questions at police headquarters downtown. The search team began its work at 11:20 p.m. The Skaggs interview by Detective Carter began at 11:21. When the team moved into the house, the first order of business was a walkthrough of the downstairs area where the murder took place. Detectives had already informed the team that the upstairs bedrooms and recreation room appeared to be undisturbed. The forensic search would be concentrated in the living area where the body was discovered, the kitchen around the sink, and in the master bedroom and bath where Penny's jewelry had been found scattered about. The bathtub contained what appeared to be most of the contents of the jewelry cases. The cases themselves were thrown on the floor, with the drawers removed. This pilferage was the only apparent sign that a burglary or vandalism had been part of the crime. Otherwise, the house looked freshly vacuumed and very clean. Some areas of the carpet did not even show footprints since the last house cleaning. The photographer, Cheryl Bowen, was the first to ply her trade. It was her job to assure that every inch of the scene was captured on film in its original state before other members began dusting, scraping, picking, probing, and sampling. She shot the overalls of both the outside and inside of the house. She would take additional photographs throughout the coming hours as specific items, locations, and potential clues were tagged and documented by other team members. Penny's body was photographed in the position where it had been found, between the piano bench and the front of the baby grand piano. Its human value ruthlessly destroyed, Penny's remains became a witness in death against her assailant, the only testimony she was capable of offering about what had happened in her home that evening. The medical examiner performed a standard post-mortem test of internal organ temperature with a liver probe just before midnight. The liver temperature at 11:54 p.m. was 88 degrees, as Bob Davis, a legal death investigator from the Travis County Office of the Medical Examiner, noted in his report. He also wrote that discoloration had begun and the body was beginning to stiffen. Davis ruled the death a homicide. Only when his work was done could the body be removed from the scene. After the last photographs documenting the position of the body had been taken, Davis